Hello everyone. I'm glad to see you on my channel. The story I'm going to tell you today is pure. It is true that all the bad things that happen in life happen for a reason. It is said that we can appreciate the good things, the things when they happen to us. I hope you enjoy this story. I wish you a pleasant viewing experience.
A billionaire bequeathed his daughter to a village shepherd, and when the major stepped into the role of bride B4. The man was lying face down in a snowdrift. Apparently, the snow had saved him from death by softening the blow. However, he had been lying there for quite some time. Peter held up his smartphone like a mirror, and it was slightly misted with breath. The guy was alive. He carefully turned the injured man over and checked for any visible fractures, pulled him up to the path. There was a horse standing there, breathing thickly of steam, and Peter decided to use its help. The injured man's face was pale from the cold, steamed and covered with snow. After some light massage and movements with the limbs, breathing was restored. The blood flow, slowed by hypothermia, was gaining strength. The man breathed more deeply. His pulse had evened out. He tried to get up, shouted something, but there was no strength, and he collapsed back into the snow. Having ascertained that the injured man was relatively safe, and having applied all his knowledge, Peter decided to carry the man to the village. He made a sort of drag from sticks, brought them to the horse on either side, laid a blanket on top, dragged the injured man into it, covered him with his fur waistcoat, and set off. The horse walked slowly and steadily, picking his way round rocks and holes, maneuvering between the bushes. Peter walked beside him and watched his charge. He groaned softly, but on the whole he was alive, and seemingly unharmed. Peter brought the stranger back to his house. The house was cool, which is important for someone who has spent a long time in the cold. Laying him down on the sofa in the living room, he ran to fetch Anne. That's what she was affectionately called in the village, a paramedic with years of experience. She treated everyone and was ready to help without fail at any time of the day. And her husband, a golden man, understanding her mission in life, always drove her by his tractor or car. They would go out in blizzards and snowstorms to rescue people. Mrs. Ann examined the patient and noticed that Peter had done everything right. She sent out to heat the cookers, to warm water for tea with herbs, honey, raspberries, any warming drink. An external examination showed no fractures or serious injuries, just hypothermia and possibly concussion. "Now hot tea and rest, and tomorrow we'll see," said Mrs. Ann. A couple of days later, the regional radiology team arrived, raiding remote villages and hamlets. They took a couple of scans on the new patient. It turned out that there were no fractures or cracks. The surgeon and the brigade advised rest, good nutrition, and observation. Meanwhile, the traveler in Peter's house was visited by a district officer. And since the man did catch bronchitis and lay with fever, he could not give any explanations. He had no documents with him. Peter, strictly following instructions, treated his guest. The whole village was worried about the sick man and came to check on him. They brought food, herbs, and honey. When Peter got tired of greeting and seeing everyone off, he decided to post news in a local chat room on one of the social networks where everyone was subscribed. In the 3 weeks that the sick man had been laid up with severe bronchitis, spring had melted the snow, lured birds from the south, and the nearby hills and mountains shone with fine young grass. Everything was getting better. Soon the village herd would begin to gather, and then Peter would have no time to stay at home. The sick man was getting better. But the trouble was, he couldn't remember anything. Where did he come from? And what was he doing in these faraway places? In the fresh air and with homemade food, the sick man got better. But the memory was in no hurry to return. With the district officers searched in the bulletins of accidents and missing persons, but found nothing. They decided to give him more time and then look for relatives through social networks. Peter's lodger wasn't worried about anything. He fit into the village life very organically. He got up early, helped his master as much as he could, and to the best of his ability started to ask him to graze the herd. Peter did not seem to mind the help of the stranger, and the doctor advised more physical labor and fresh air. So Peter began to take the guest with him. At dawn, they both followed the herd through the dewy grass. At the edge of the village, there was a large mug of milk and a piece of bread on a table. It was a shepherd's tradition to have breakfast before herding the flock. For the first couple of days, Peter shared honestly with his grandfather, so he was nicknamed for his pliant beard, for no one knew his name, and after drinking half of the mug, gave it to his partner. Accordingly, the bread was shared equally. The partner liked it. He kept silent, but it was obvious that he wanted to talk. But whether his memory failed him or he lacked the right words, he kept silent. The villagers realized that Peter went to graze the local herd with his guest. They put 2 mugs and 2 loaves of bread. They empathized with the man who had lost his memory, and things were slowly going on. The herd increased, youngsters arrived, sheep and goats were brought in. And this traveler was happy to follow the herd. Apparently, he realized that it was more fun together. The grandfather, who had been answering questions one syllable until now, suddenly burst into speech one morning. How well you live. I feel that I have never had such freedom before. Now every cell of my body sings from the free air, but something's weighing me down. Do you know where I'm from? Peter raised his eyebrows in surprise and grinned. Well, if you did, you'd have sent me home a long time ago. You're not a burden to me, but I don't need to worry about you. I'm a free man. True, it's time to think about a family, but the local girls aren't in a hurry to marry their shepherds. They're running off to the city. Who wants to milk cows? Peter laughed at his own words. He spurred his horse and turned a little to the left to a meadow where they had not been for a long time. Yes, it's a beautiful place, of course. And that's why I, who had traveled many places in my turbulent youth, appreciate them very much. Pristine, pure nature dawns at the foot of the mountain. Sunsets with the sun falling behind their stone backs. Green hillsides, foothills, and steeps that make your heart stop. Everything here is sweet and native. No, I don't regret the years I spent away from these places. Apparently, they were necessary to realize the depth of love for my homeland. And now it's here. And it's forever. So the girls looked back at the young man, but realizing that he wasn't going anywhere, they gave up their advances. So he was alone. You seem like a good-looking guy. Why don't they go? Do they want to go to town so badly? Why don't you want to go? It's a long story, but I've traveled abroad. Now my life here is mountains, forests, rivers, and dizzying air. But girls want a richer life, a cozier life. They watch various serials and shows where they only talk about the rich. But ordinary people, what's interesting about us? So they are eager to see the world and to stay with some rich man. And then they make a nest. Yes, you're right, said the lodger. A lot of this junk is shown everywhere, and on the telephone, wherever you point your finger. He looked in his pocket. Finding nothing, he continued in surprise, where's my phone? Look, I remembered something. Peter was genuinely pleased. You'll remember who you are and where you came from. But the flashed thought disappeared quickly, leaving no hint of memory. And the stranger again fumbled in his pocket, trying to remember. What's on the phone? The herd turned round behind Peanut waddlingly and slowly. The grass here is good, tender. The cows were happy. It means that they will graze for a long time. We can rest in the shade. Peanut. It's nice here, continued the guest. I have never paid attention to beauty before. You live in paradise here and don't appreciate it. I didn't mean you. The man apologized immediately and continued. You seem to understand. It's the girls who are suffering from misunderstanding. This is the place to give birth to children and raise them. I see that you are not so young, about 30 years old. To be more exact, 32 already, answered the shepherd, and having folded the whip, put it in his boot. I want the warmth of home, but I can't do it among my own people. The young are trying to leave. Those who are left are looking for the well-to-do. And I'm afraid. No, women are good and they know how to approach us men. They understand what they want. But children are such a responsibility for their own, and what to say about strangers, to recognize them as relatives. The young man fell silent. He didn't really love. That's why he had such questions in his head. You know, love reconciles everything and children become relatives, and difficulties are nothing. Love, in a word. Suddenly burst out the memoryless assistant to Peter. I remember. And stopped. And Peter, realizing that his interlocutor could not think of anything worthwhile except general phrases and feelings, sat down on the grass and, leaning back, looked up at the sky. Why are you silent? Did memory tease you again? Yes, it is insidious and capricious, the guest replied. It would seem that people sometimes dream of forgetting something, but here you suffer that you do not remember. And as for marriage, maybe you should look somewhere else. Isn't there a matchmaker in the village? Maybe somewhere in the city? Matchmakers died out like mammoths in the Jurassic period. Peter laughed out loud. And in the city also advised me. The locals are fleeing there. And you want your people to come here? Yes, why? To such beauty. The lodger wouldn't stop. Did you see it? Did you have something to compare it with? Do geologists come here in summer? Sometimes, answered the shepherd. But they are special people. Geologists are vagabonds by nature. If they catch the bacillus of traveling, that's it, they can't stay at home. I went to the seas and fell in love. When I came back to shore, I asked her to come with me. And she stayed and said, I won't marry till I've traveled the world, and only to the captain so much for the others. So for now, I'm just dreaming of meeting my soul mate. You're talking about the city. I bet you wouldn't let your daughter go to someone like me. I didn't think of such a thing. The stranger guest scratched his beard and continued the conversation. Listen, do you have it? Do you? You live a poor, holy life. But a good woman always makes a husband. What are you talking about? Picking a blade of grass in his teeth, Peter asked. A wife is a good incentive. You know, when I married mine, I was almost like that too. But I loved passion. And tried to please her, continued the lodger. I started to get ahead and earn money to please her. And when they started talking about children, it became clear that it was time to build a house and have a summer cottage on the sea. So he intensified his efforts. Well, you've got it, said the shepherd. And you say you don't remember anything. Wow. The local beauty in the air had an effect. I'm beginning to remember things. So what are you saying, Peter? The girls don't want to stay here, so you're still single? Yeah, but you're not going to give me your daughter, are you? Why not? If I wanted her to be happy, I would. You're a smart guy. If you turn around a bit, you'll be a respectable groom. And if I had a daughter, I'd give it to you. You saved my life. That's worth a lot these days. Giving her as a gift is too rude. It's not a thing. Bequeathing it, I don't think I'm going anywhere yet either. Let's say I make a condition: if she wants the inheritance, she'll marry you. If she doesn't, she'll marry you, Peter laughed. Well, my friend, like in Norwegian fairy tales, I'll give you what I don't know if I have. Yes? He was having fun. Well, I'll remember, and maybe I'll find it at last, shouted the lodger in his heart. Mr. Smith was searched for. But whether the searchers did not try hard enough, or whether someone deliberately delayed the search and hurried to issue a missing persons report. However, the only one who suffered for the missing man was Kate, his daughter. Though she went out all night long, she howled in the morning, realizing that her father had not returned. And terrible thoughts came over her in a wave. What if her father never came back? She would fall asleep in her bed again in tears and sleep until evening. And in the evening, everything started again: friends, clubs, dancing, drinks, carousel of faces, events, and no headache. Sometimes she remembered her elderly grandparents and went to see them. She was a sweet, obedient granddaughter. That's where she was a comforter. She supported them and promised them that her father would come back. That's one of the few good things about her. Other than that, she had no restraint. After studying at a language university, she never went to work either as a translator or in an office. Her father dreamed of seeing her a successful lady. Kate was in no hurry to get married either. So much for commitment. Love didn't loom on the horizon. Guys from her circle, the same idlers, did not excite her soul. They were drinking buddies with whom you can spend time, but not companions of life. Here she was serious about marriage. Her father wanted to marry her off sooner, and her grandmother was glad that her granddaughter was in no hurry to marry anyone, and hoped that the girl would find her happiness. One morning after a noisy party, before going to bed, Kate looked at the phone. A friend sent her a popular video and laughed, saying that your dad looks like a man. The girl flared up, began to dial a number to call and sass her friend. But she decided to see what she saw there first, which surprised her very much. If it wasn't for some thinness, tanned face, and clothes off someone else's shoulder, you could say it was the father. With that conclusion, she went down to the security room. When the video was brought up on the big screen, it became clear that it was Mr. Smith, the head of the family, the owner of a large natural resources firm, had been found. Kate realized with horror that the conditions set by her father were real. He was as serious as ever, as terse, and giving out every thought, he did not labor to explain it, but simply put her on notice. What would happen if she did not honor certain rules? And the conditions were, in her opinion, dreadful. Mr. Smith was going to send his daughter to the village to some shepherd, or rather to the one who had saved him from certain doom and was coming out. Strange. A father was never so sentimental, but to give his own daughter to a villager. And she had to be a bride and fall in love. Otherwise, she'll never have her father's material blessing and carefree life. Yes, it seems that the trauma caused irreparable damage to the mental abilities of Daddy, as she called him in moments of tenderness and trusting dialogue. I can't think of anything like that. Yeah, I'm having fun. But he himself always said that I earned for you and for myself. I've provided for your welfare. His daughter was even offered business a couple of times, but she, having failed once again business, rushed to apologize to her father and went away to restore the nervous system in foreign resorts. And now he suddenly decided to bring her up and set such conditions. You know, daughter, this incident has shown me that nothing lasts forever in this world, and you're a windbag, Mr. Smith said. Offensive, perhaps, but that's the way it is. You flutter about like a bird of the sky and don't think about your daily bread and how to get it. And you must either become self-sufficient or marry well. Your husband will support you without question and manage my capital carefully. How does that sound? Her father frightened the girl. Well, the money is mine, parried the daughter. And how will you know how things are going if you don't understand anything? You'll be told a lot of nonsense and you'll believe it. I can't guarantee that your husband will love you and never betray you. If you become self-sufficient and take responsibility for yourself and your actions, I think you will be able to distinguish truth from lies and take care of yourself. Understand, my daughter, money is a tool to achieve a goal, and you have to learn how to use it. And here the best thing is to work and immerse yourself in your favorite business. And I don't have one, Kate said with a sassy look at her father. Well, then look for it, that's all. That's the most I can tell you. You're only confusing yourself with questions and answers. This time, if you resist, I'll give you to this nice bloke in my will. You'll be his inheritance. Kate ran out of the office and, frustrated, went to her room. For the first time today, she didn't feel like going to the club, and she didn't answer her phone. Even switched off the phone. Knowing her father's character, she realized he wouldn't back down. He'd always been a man of his word, he said and did. Only Mum, while she was around, could curb his impulses to make unwavering decisions. She hadn't been with them for a long time, and today was clearly not Kate's day. This was serious, and something had to be worked out. By midnight, her head ached from thinking, and the girl still decided to escape to the club and distract herself. Her father hadn't announced a time to go to the village. Avos, it will not be soon, or managed to pretend to be sick and excuse herself for a round-the-world trip. The night was active. 2 clubs and 1 bar. Already at dawn, a race on the dawn motorway. Late morning or almost noon, the girl woke up to sounds and fiddling in the room. Such a thing had never happened before. Noise in the room where she sleeps. Opening her eyes, she saw her father and a couple of maids packing something into suitcases. Okay, she didn't need this. These tracksuits, I think you should put them in, they'll do. And these tattered clothes are useless. Even in summer, it's cool in the evenings. There you need socks, warm stockings or trousers, hats and scarves too. Put everything in the suitcases. Everything will come in handy. Papa said, looking at the cupboards. Daddy, what's going on here? Kate asked. Are you going to the country, my daughter? It's time. The groom is waiting, came the reply. Daddy, well, why don't I get my nerves back first? Or your savior's going to get a hysterical girl. Kate argued with her father. Nothing there, in the fresh air, with steamy milk, you'll be as good as new, said Mr. Smith. You'll get your nerves right in no time with day and night. Believe me, I realized a lot of things there. How much time I wasted in the capital. Now I'll make up for it, and I'll encourage you to adopt a healthy lifestyle. So I'm a hostage, inserted the girl. Who? The father asked in surprise. Well, a healthy lifestyle you imagine, Dad, Kate continued. A proper diet, eh? Oh no, darling. A fridge full of yogurts and chicken breasts is not a healthy lifestyle. What was it you said? Mr. Smith interjected. Hostage, repeated the girl. And not imagined, exactly. Drinking, smoking, staying up all night is not a healthy lifestyle. Here, my dear, you need a systematic approach. That's where you'll try it. All the questions and answers are in the contract. You have to honor it, and then everything of mine becomes yours. Then I'll be able to do things for myself and my soul without distractions from packing my suitcases, said the father to his daughter. You don't need those dresses. Dad pointed his finger. It's Dior and Armani. Kate jumped out of bed and snatched the things, almost shrieking. There's nowhere to go in it. And by the time you get back, believe me, you won't want to wear them yourself. But the girl begged, and her father allowed her to take the dress with her. All right, let's get ready. We'll have breakfast, and then we'll go to Peter's to meet him. It's a long drive. Yeah. Can you bring something of your favorite? How much room do you have left in those 2 suitcases? Take comfortable, practical shoes, too. And you, make sure the shoes are comfortable and practical. I repeat, those stiletto heels you're wearing are no good. What's wrong with them? Kate asked playfully, her eyes rounded. You can't go far off-road in them. You're going barefoot from here. All right, pack up and I'll meet you downstairs. Everything fell apart in an instant. The trip came suddenly and quickly. Should I run away? Kate thought and looked out the window. Putting her things away, she said quietly, there are guards outside the window. Daddy saw it coming and put guards outside. What a sly man. But she was her father's daughter. She never gave up and looked for a way out. Now she was wondering what to do. A hunch lit up her face. Bingo. She should call her grandmother. She'd find a solution for her son. But the phone was nowhere to be found. The maid said Mr. Smith had taken it. And just like that, the life of a simple city girl, as Kate thought she was changing before her eyes. Her father's fate was about to throw her into the middle of nowhere. Kate's gut resisted. She was still looking for ways to avoid the trip. When all the obstacle options didn't work, Kate decided she would try to change things on the spot. Perhaps she could avoid the arrangements by giving money. It was worth a try, and little else could happen. Playing the dutiful daughter, she ate breakfast, clarified some more details, and left to prepare for departure. It was a long journey car, plane, car again, about 3 hours deep into the mountains. Peter, as Kate had imagined, was a plainly dressed young man, tall and well-fed. Curious brown eyes peered out from under his wheat hair. Is this the candidate her father sees her with? Trying the man on like a new dress on herself, the girl was clearly not pleased. Peter held out his hand, and Kate extended hers, and was surprised by the young man's answer. Let's have the suitcases. It seemed to her that he wanted to kiss her hand. Here, at the pass, far from the big city, the girl and her father moved into a simple Neva. It could provide them with a way to a distant, lost on the edge of the valley village. Of course, there was no comfort in the car. All right, Kate consoled herself. Not in a carriage, that was good enough. After driving up an inconspicuous road and overcoming the highest point of the pass, the men came to a small area, and her father asked her to stop. Come on, let's see what a paradisiacal place I have brought you to. Look around you, daughter. See if you can discover the beauty, said Mr. Smith. And the view was indeed marvelous. Standing almost at the top of a small ridge of pine and fir trees, Kate looked round. A little way up behind her father on level ground, she saw the magnificent scenery. They stood at the very edge of the valley. Further up, the mountains ended in a small ridge of hills, or hills as they were called here. Farther away was a solid green plain. And somewhere there, on the very edge where the mountains give way to the plain, there was a small village. It was early morning and the sun was already shining on the edge of the horizon. It had come out from under the earth and was hurrying to flood the land with its golden light. Jets of smoke were rising from the houses. They must be heating the cookers, thought the girl. It was summer, though. And her father had already answered her mental question. It is summer, but the climate here is still northern, cool and damp at night. That's why the villagers heat their houses. That's right, Grandpa Matthew heats to keep the house warm and dry. And a lot of people are still baking bread. We'll be just in time for fresh slices. Peter summarized the brief conversation. Who is it that's hurting your friends today? Mr. Smith asked. Yes, I've got a trainee now. Matthew's ill, so he sent his nephew in his place. He's a bright lad, quick on the uptake. He's been out with my nesting dolls and lambs today. Laughing and smiling broadly, said the shepherd. Well, it's time. Let's go. We went down the serpentine down to the village. The road turned sharply, then ran deep into the forest and seemed to lead to quite different places. But then, when they came to their senses, it looped again, looking for a convenient descent for the car. Here was the village a few streets. Nice flat houses, slightly different in size, but approximately the same style. In front there was a porch with a wooden fence, and then a house and a yard. All have front gardens planted with rose bushes of all colors. It is obvious that flowers are loved in these parts. These were the flowers that limited Kate's knowledge. They grew in her grandmother's flower bed. Mr. Smith was silent and watched his daughter's reaction. He realized that right now she should be left alone with her impressions. Let her not be distracted, and maybe the beauty of the place he loved would help to set his daughter on the right path. And Kate was silent. She looked and marveled that there were still such places far from the tourist routes and not in Switzerland. Kate was a pragmatic person to the core. She understood that it was not worth expressing enthusiasm, it would be points in favor of her father. But it was possible to break a little, not to offend, but not to give a head start. It's cool here. It's beautiful. I guess there is no electricity, and it's in the middle of nowhere, said the girl. Well, we have light, Peter interceded. But we heat everything with wood, that's true. We can't do it any other way. It's expensive to get gas. But everything is civilized. We even have your favorite internet. Tell me you've got a club. Kate, determined to mock the shepherd, said. There is a club, but it's not a nightclub, it's an evening club. And the villagers sing there themselves. And they dance pretty well too. We even have a buffet there. The cinema comes. So there's a cultural front for every taste. There's a library. Although you're probably reading books on your phone. Kate's pride awoke and her cheeks flushed. He'd heard her she really hadn't read anything in a long time. But you've got to keep up your brand. And the character's too cool. And what have you read from the last? She wagged and nervously parried. I have no time to read. The young man had no time to finish. No books? But you ask me and you don't read? You misunderstand, Miss Kate. I don't read, but I listen. You know, it's so convenient to do your own thing and listen. I recommend it if you haven't tried it. Peter replied with feeling. Yes, in my youth, by the way, they used to read books on the radio and put on radio plays. Mr. Smith entered the heated dispute between the city, capital and rich, and the intelligent village. And how this dispute would end, Mr. Smith wondered. It was this lively interest that he hoped for as he looked at his daughter. The father hoped that the daughter would not squander her life like so many around them. So he believed that the decision to move her to the village was the right one. On the edge of the last street to the forest stood Peter's house. Of course it was small, judging by the house in which Kate lived, but next to the village looked even very presentable. 2 stories, big windows, and all surrounded by a garden and flowers too. The house itself was quite cozy for village life. Kate had little judgment on the subject. After all, her grandparents, despite their son's wealth, lived modestly and did not want to change their house for a stone palace. They allowed to repair and additions, but they refused to move or build a new house. We've lived here all our lives. My grandparents lived here. How can I leave my father's house? My grandfather always said. A quick glance made it clear that the owner was tidy, but a woman's hand was clearly missing. Kate wondered to herself, suddenly discovering new knowledge and understanding. A middle-aged woman of small stature, a little overweight, came in from the courtyard. "Good afternoon, Peter. I've done everything. Breakfast is ready. I've brought hot bread. You're settling in." She said hello and reported back. "Wait a minute, Mary, let's get acquainted. Well, you know your grandfather, and this is his daughter, Miss Kate, who's come to stay, so you'll have more mouths to feed." "Pleased to meet you," replied the woman, and smiling added, "Where there's one, there's two and three. On the contrary, Mr. Peter, it's a good thing we're all on our own. It's time to settle down." And laughing loudly, as if she had touched on a sensitive subject, she hurried away. Father introduced the bride and groom to the terms of the contract and a separate order, written in person. Kate asked to go for a walk, but her father hurried her, saying that he still had business in the neighboring town. It seemed that Dad was going to be away from the business, or maybe he was ill and didn't want to tell her. These reflections softened Kate, and she decided that she would agree and not make her father nervous. She would have to be patient for a while, and then she would see. Kate had always been Daddy's little girl, and it was manifested in stubbornness and persistence. But she'd misdirected those qualities. That's why it was incomprehensible to the father. Why squanders his life-favorite daughter? So the terms. Kate, in her position as a bride, is to settle here and live in the village. And after a year, she was to marry Peter. A year was given for socializing and getting used to it. Her signature on the contract had been secured and certified, which meant there was no turning back, and after a year in this house she was to be a wife. Yes, it's a strange situation, but on the other hand, let it be an adventure, for I'll decide for myself how it will be anyway. And then the thought of Papa's health came again. It hit her, and the girl decided her fate for the near future with one stroke of a pen on 2 pages. The walk was very pleasant, the village was lovely, and the middle-aged shop provided the necessities. Here came the village club. But here later, when the strength runs out, sitting in the middle of nowhere. That's when we'll go on tour to the clubs, thought the girl. And now she was in a hurry to admire these boundless meadows, the heights of the hills and blue ribbons of streams running away into a small river. Well, all in all, it's pretty, it's a nice place to live. Nowadays, such traveling is paid decently. And here on a tourist product and for free, thought Kate. But sweet Kate didn't know how she was going to have fun here. She didn't know that there were no maids and cooks, no servants and drivers. She'd have to do everything herself. When her father left, after a walk and a hearty breakfast, Kate wanted to sleep. Peter let her go. He wisely decided that he would not rush the girl and dump all the requirements for living together at once. Let her get used to it today and tomorrow, and then it would be seen. Of course, Mr. Smith would like to see results as soon as possible, but Peter could not be blamed for his haste. He, too, was now thinking that he had got into this story for nothing. It had grown from a joking conversation into a venture of which he himself did not much approve. Looking closely at the girl, of course, he noted for himself beautiful, and not bright and flashy, but a hidden beauty. She would always surprise with new facets. Well done for not pumping up her face with fashionable fillers and injections, and from that she was even more feminine. Average height, not thin. And apparently it did not bother her. With a mop of brown hair, freckles, and gray-green eyes, she was certainly a beauty. But as for character, after all, the bully, again her father would always loom behind her back. Teach him how to get rich, and he didn't want to do that. Of course he wanted to improve his living conditions, but he did not dream of riches. He somehow understood that a lot of money still need to be able to hold and properly manage them. So Mr. Smith's offer was not a tempting gift. Peter, like Kate, hoped that if something went wrong, he would jump out. He didn't need $1 million. In the morning, leaving to graze the herd, Peter left a note saying he'd be back in the evening. After wandering around the house until 6, looking round her room, Kate lay on the sofa in the living room. Then she decided it was time to unload the suitcases. But there were no helpers, and this difficult task she solved by herself. She was tired after 2 hours and went to look for something to eat. It was time to eat. Mary was fussing in the kitchen. Saying hello, she offered fresh vegetables and began to tell. Kate, let's use the first name. In our village, we all use the first name, old and young. It's not that it's disrespectful, it's more of a recognition that we're all kin. So I'll come round for a couple of days, help with the cooking and the chores. But from now on, you're on your own. So look around and ask what's what. And then who's going to cook? Kate asked, apparently missing the point. How? You will. And know that Peter likes meat and vegetables, all kinds fresh, stewed and roasted. But most of all, meat. He's a man. Kate realized there was a problem with that question. And she really doesn't know how to cook anything, although her grandmother had taught her to make scrambled eggs and pancakes. That's what she remembered from her childhood. In the evening, when Peter arrived, she approached him with a conversation. The young man agreed with her that her father's idea was not a good one. It certainly smacked of deceit, and that they, two grown-up people, should not go along with it. Peter even got hot with his conclusions, saying that he should give up everything and not honor the agreement. He had nothing to lose. He only provided shelter and promised to look after him. And marriage is a delicate matter. This conversation made things even more confusing. Kate realized that her father could really disinherit her. He's unpredictable. And that's what sometimes helped him in business. She was also concerned about her father's health. It's all about intuition. She left her doubts behind. Maybe yes, maybe no. To these two important factors came a third. Peter had turned away so easily from her, a high society girl with money, beautiful, intelligent. How so? He should be happy that under the same roof with him will live like the sun in the morning, and feed and water them, and he's reasoning that I'm not exactly what he needs. This fact made the girl very angry. But as Peter agreed with her, she decided to listen to his view of the solution of their question. Peter suggested that, in order not to anger Mr. Smith, to comply with the terms of the contract until better times and look out for options for a solution. And for that, Kate should learn the minimum skills: washing, ironing, sewing, cooking and cleaning. Find a business to her liking and learn to keep track of expenses and income. Who will the income come from? Kate asked straight away. No one. I'll feed you for the first time, and there will be a bonus for cleaning. And the rest you will earn on your own. All this surprised and made the girl seek privacy and plunge into thought. She took the contract, read it, and fell asleep. Early in the morning, Kate woke up to a rumbling noise and, a little frightened, jumped out of her room. On the ground floor, she saw a startling scene. There were cans and buckets and lids lying around in the kitchen, and standing in the middle of the mess was Peter. Did I wake you? Well, enough of the you. Let's use the country you, he said. Well, I'm going to milk the cow, and I suggest you come with me. It's only dawn. The girl replied angrily. That's when our dairymaids are milked. And then they will go to the herd, to walk, to nibble grass, to get milk. I explained as a little girl, the essence of the matter, said Peter. Do you want me to milk them too? Kate snapped at him. Yes, but you'll learn to milk later. Now learn to approach the cow. You need to find a common language with her too, or she won't give you milk. And she may hit you with her hoof, Peter said, smiling. You'll learn. There is nothing difficult. The main thing is that you need to be willing. The girl, not answering anything, went back into the room. Peter, realizing that she might not come back and go to bed, said to her, You go out and remember the contract. And if you want to get off, go home. Peter went out into the corridor, armed with a couple of buckets, and thought to himself, maybe I'm being too harsh with her. But maybe she didn't hear the last words. It's good for the ego to have such a young person in the house. And apparently the hunter's instinct was awakening beyond his will. Kate, protesting inwardly, dressed and went back into the kitchen. Stepping out into the yard, she headed for the barn. It was time to learn what a country farm was all about. Peter had taken it up by seniority not long ago. On his return, he first repaired the house and looked round for something to do. He had a small capital, and if he managed it wisely, he could provide for himself. While the matter was in hand, a vacancy for a shepherd came up. The work was both hard and free, all day on your feet, but in the fresh air. And the local beauty was a bonus to a job to my heart's content. On long treks, traveling farther from the village and staying overnight, he would daydream. At times he was inspired by the stars. He wrote timid lines about the meaning of life, about beauty, and about love. Then the villagers gave him horses. He chose an old horse and became a shepherd. The rider he became more correct and easier. Long walks on horseback were not very soft and comfortable. It was the old horse, then, that helped to pull Mr. Smith out of a snowdrift. Samantha, as Peter called the horse, was loyal and kind. She behaved respectfully. Then Peter got a cow, then another. He sold his milk wholesale to a local farmer. The farm grew. Here to the friendly company of cows and mares was added a restless goat with horns, which she frightened a lot of people. Peter had saved her from the massacre, and now she, grateful, generously shared her healing milk. It was all a woman's realm, and it fell to Kate to oversee it all. Peter told her the story of the women's household within the walls of the barn as he prepared for milking. He told and showed her all the techniques. But Kate looked round idly, yawned, and wished she could finish her lesson and go to bed as soon as possible. The habit of late risings had taken its toll. The first lesson passed quickly, and without waiting for the end of milking, the girl ran away and really went back to her room and went to bed. But she was awakened again by a noise. It was Mary talking loudly, through the open window, to the master of the house. Kate, indignant, ran out and was about to speak rudely to the woman, but when she saw the pile of delicious pancakes, she swallowed her saliva, kept silent, and sat down at the table. "Good morning, Kate," Mary addressed her, turning round. Kate, already chewing, replied with her mouth full. "Good morning. How did you sleep? Peter didn't pick you up early this morning? Let you sleep? You city folk can't get up early," Mary continued. The answers were drowned out by the loud chatter of Peter and the assistant. But Kate was glad, for she suddenly realized that there was no point in complaining, and nothing to praise the coward for. While Mary was around for a couple of days, the girl listened to what to do and how to do it. She enjoyed the conversations, the good food, and the minimal involvement in things. But 3 days later, when Mary didn't show up, Kate's troubles began. Peter was demanding breakfast, or helping milk the cows. Kate was afraid to go near them. On the wall in the kitchen hung a list and even handwriting with items and times to be done. But the clouds were gathering, and if Kate was able to make breakfast twice, she had to milk the cows by 10 a.m., when the owner of the house was already grazing the herd. And then the day came when Peter went to town on business, and today Kate had to deal with the cows and the goat herself, and then drive the horned ones out into the herd. Fortunately, the herd was passing this very road in the morning. Barely rising at the alarm bell, pulling on a warm suit, Kate crept down to the ground floor. Piled in like Peter's on the first day of his introduction to the household, all the milk dishes and buckets and bidons and mugs. With an unsteady gait, she crept out onto the front porch. The cows met her indulgently, kindly waved their heads and looked at the new milkmaid with their huge brown eyes, still not thinking straight. But remembering from which side to sit down to Meg, the girl picked herself up and sat down quietly. The first touch on the udder amused her. Those are big breasts, the nipples were hot and tight. Next, reaching up to the udder, Kate set the bucket down and tried pulling on those long nipples. But she could tell either her hands were cold or she'd taken the wrong grip. Or maybe Meg wasn't in the mood. Finally, the cow kicked the bucket and it flew between her legs to the door. The dream came off, but the fog still remained. Kate went to get the bucket and had already received a good kick in the back and screamed in pain and despair. Then Kate realized that she would not be able to milk the cow. She became afraid to approach her. She tried the second horned lady. It was a little easier with her, but the milk barely flowed, and for half an hour of hard work in the bucket tinkled a mug of milk. Finally disappointed with the milking and avoiding the goat, Kate returned to the house. She decided that Peter would milk the cows himself later, and the groom wouldn't be angry at her ineptitude. Kate decided to make breakfast. But even here she was disappointed. The milk had escaped from the pot. While the girl was looking for cereals, except semolina, she had not yet mastered anything. Then, applying female logic, she decided to bake pancakes. Of course, such puffy and tasty as Mary's she is unlikely to get. But her grandmother's recipe wasn't bad either. Within half an hour of trying to make breakfast, the kitchen, as in my grandmother's childhood, had become a nightmare. The mixer in the kitchen was old, big and buzzing loudly. The flour was found and the eggs were in the fridge. But whether the mode was incorrectly set or the mechanism was defective, only the lid from the cup blew off and the flour was everywhere, and the eggs were scattered in large drops on the walls. Having decided that the situation could be corrected by adding milk, the girl finally spoiled everything. The bowl of the blender overturned, and the liquid dough spilled over the table and floor, got on her hair. Kate suddenly screamed and froze as if petrified. She sat there, smearing the batter on her face, wiping away her tears. She thought that she would be punished for this, because she had lived an ordinary life, according to her, not worse than others. And here she was. Her father decided to re-educate her, sending her to the village to her fiancé to learn to milk cows. What's the point of all this? Bitter tears of helplessness flowed down her cheeks. But the girl still searched for answers to empty questions, for her father's will was law even for her. It was in such a state that Peter, returning from the city, found her. The first impulse was to jump up and ask what happened. But knowing a little about the psychology of women, he knew that it was impossible to show weakness. Now she would realize that impulse and take advantage of his pity, and all would be lost. So after saying hello and pausing, he came closer and asked, "Kate, what's wrong? Did you decide to renovate the kitchen and wallpaper it with pastry?" He laughed again, and Kate was angry that he saw her like that. "Normal appliances are here. The light bulb in the room blinks, the TV doesn't work. The blender can only blend when you're lying down, can it?" "Oh, I can see you're all right if you're joking." "Well, tidy up here and we'll go out tonight and eat there," Peter said as he went out into the yard. And from there, when he heard the cows mooing, he shouted at the beauties at home, "Why aren't they in the herd?" But in a couple of minutes he came back and, barely restraining himself, attacked the girl. "Didn't you milk them? Where's the milk?" "So what if I haven't milked them?" "We'll milk them at lunchtime." "At lunchtime?" The man almost shouted. "Do you realize you have to milk on time? That's what determines how much milk you get. And Tom's coming for milk soon and there's no milk. Do you know how it is when every rubble on the farm counts? And they need to go to the meadows. There's succulent fodder there. You need responsibility, you know. If you take on a job, you have to do it. And anyway, I'm not keeping you here by force. You're free to leave. That's your agreement with your father. I've got nothing to do with him, and I'm not here to babysit or educate you. You're an adult, you decide for yourself. But if you stay here, you'll do as we agreed. Otherwise, here's God and here's the threshold," he said in a heartbeat and ran out into the yard to the cows. Kate froze in a puddle of spilled dough and, sighing and arguing with herself, got up and decided to think over the shepherd's words. "I'm going to have a quick bath and then I'm going to clean the kitchen." Peter was serious that day and didn't joke. But in the evening he suggested going to the cinema and then sitting by the river. Time passed and Kate was slowly drawn into the village life, not the easiest. A month later, Mary came back and began to help the girl, teaching her various wisdoms. And things were getting better, but Kate realized that she wouldn't last long. Television did not work here, the internet was slow, and her content did not include payment for private operators. And there was still time, apart from work. A little diluted the monotonous days with walks with Peter in the neighborhood. He had promised to make her a professional tourist, but it was too little to forget about life in the city. Sometimes Kate made plans to go back and do something worthwhile, but when would that be, and in what status? Or Daddy would jump up and she'd have to become a coward's wife. Slowly she got to know the neighbors. She got to know Mary better, and when she visited her, she was very interested in what she was doing. And then Mary treated her to some homemade cheese. Since that time, Kate has been thinking, and when the opportunity arose on an old phone looking for materials on modern cheesemaking, began in the evenings, when tiredness did not sleep, something to write down, research, read, and count. And once again, in a conversation with my father, I spoke about cheesemaking, and my father did not resist and immediately agreed. He, of course, wanted to understand how seriously the daughter wants to change in life. And he decided that the first step can be made, and then let herself. In the meantime, a little home venture, not a great waste. The main thing, he thought, as long as it would do good. A few days later, the equipment was brought, but Peter knew nothing, and from him she received a serious reprimand for arbitrariness. Firstly, you need a room or a kitchen for it. Secondly, where to get the milk, a reasonable question. Wouldn't you have enough of your own? He gave the girl a bit of a stern talking to. I don't own the milk. And what's more, I've got a month's contract with Tom. How can I refuse him now? After all, the advance has already been taken. Kate got hot, went into the grove, which is around the bend in the meadows. She cried again that freedom was not hers. On her way back, she ran into Mary at the gate, and Mary, realizing that the girl was worried again, embraced her and began to question her. Kate, why are you sad again? Did Peter hurt you? Come on, tell me, with whom else will ease your soul? I understand that you have friends, but you're not ready to brag about your country life to them. Are you? Yes, Mary, you're right. I can't tell them. Not because I'm ashamed. They wouldn't know what I mean. No, Peter's not offended. It's just that I want to try making cheese. And he said the milk's all contracted out. How am I supposed to get started? Well, don't worry, I'll give you a little milk, 5 liters a day. I can't do more than that. I've got a family to feed too. Try a little and then you'll see. Oh, you'll really give me milk. How am I going to pay you back? Kate was so happy. Of course I will. Don't think about money. Try to learn to make cheese, and then you'll pay with cheese, said Mary, laughing. Now get your equipment set up. In the morning you'll have your first milk. And don't worry, I'll talk to Peter too, and he'll give you more milk. Learn and try. All day Kate read the instructions, learned the process from start to finish. She had a site for a cheese factory, but she waited for Peter to talk to her about her intention. Peter, here's what I'm thinking. You're right, I've kind of made up my own mind, but you could help me out a little bit. Here's the most convenient place for my little vat. Peter liked the girl's plea, but pity is nothing, and the image of a strong and unwavering man is everything. He didn't agree 100%. Why would I want to do that? Here's another headache for me. The man twisted himself with excuses. But seeing how the girl's eyes faded, turned back and, pointing to a large table by the window, said, "This is where we'll put it." Kate, not believing her ears, broke into a smile, jumped up, hugged Peter and said, "I've been thinking about this place too." All evening the boys read and assembled the boiler. All the appliances are in place. Everything is connected, both water and electricity. Now, seated in a chair opposite the technical marvel, Kate reread the cheese-making instructions for the 100th time, wrote down the proportions and prepared all the spices. And having looked round at her new hobby, unlike all the previous ones, she went to bed. And in the morning, a new life began. The first batch was a failure, but Kate didn't give up. And immediately, having found a way to fix the cheese, she got on with it. Now it's time to prepare a separate shelf in the fridge. The warmest one possible so the cheese could ripen. Hot days were beginning for the girl. The cheese was coming along. Kate experimented with flavors and ripening times. She used goat's milk. Peter didn't spare it, and even decided to buy a couple more stubborn horned animals for the occasion. The milk contract was coming to an end, and Kate consoled herself with the thought that Peter would now use it for cheese, rather than renegotiate the contract with Tom. But Peter was silent. In the village, meanwhile, people were coming there to taste, and so far in the eyes of the villagers her scheme seemed a dabble. Then Kate went again on smart websites and books and realized that in order for cheese-making to become not just fun, but a profitable business, you need to expand production and look for a market. For a girl who had never dealt with such issues, it all seemed incomprehensible. But Mary advised her to talk to a maths teacher who often helped local farmers with bookkeeping. It was with him that Kate finally realized where she needed to go. Here she learnt the basics of calculations and was already able to make a small report of food intake and consumption. She learned to calculate the cost and to take into account all the expenses, including water, light, and even a little of her own labor. Yes, thought Kate, who knew I could see such horizons in my life. She decided to ask for money to expand production, at least a couple more of these boilers. After all, she makes all kinds of cheese. Storage was also an issue. She had her eye on a small pantry behind the kitchen. There, If a little work, quite good and homemade, will come out here in the kitchen and in the cellar to put special refrigerators and a chamber for cheese, and in the local shop to rent a corner for their products. Her thoughts raced ahead, and Kate was already imagining how her products would get to the most elite shop. And she only had time to count the proceeds. And then Daddy's inheritance is of no use to her. She can manage on her own. That's the way out. That's what Dad used to say, become your own person. Well, that's what you're going to get, Daddy dear. I won't marry Peter the shepherd, and I'll choose my own husband. And I won't give him any money. He won't control my life. With such dreams now, more and more often Kate fell asleep and searched for a solution. Her father flatly refused to give her money, even on credit. Peter seemed to have money, but not much. And it is undesirable to ask him, because it is still necessary to persuade him to expand the business, and then the milk will be more needed from his cows will not be enough. So Kate pondered, and once she wrote down her goal and steps to it, she began to look for money in earnest. She went through a lot of options. Her friends fell out at once. Mary? Yeah, she'd probably help. But Kate didn't want to risk her money. She was a kind woman, very helpful. And like Peter, she probably doesn't have much money. Rummaging through her wardrobe, Kate came across her signature dresses. Here was something that could be used, and again the reflection. The money they cost she'd never get back. Here in the village they might buy them. But where would the local beauties get the money? Even half or a quarter of the price. Another dead end. And suddenly I had an epiphany. After all, and before often bought in boutiques through the internet, that's where it will come in handy. And the case began. Having tried with one dress, she was able to lay them all out and sell them for a tidy sum. It would be enough for another set of equipment, and probably even a cow. But more money was needed. And then Kate remembered that Mary had complained that her son Anthony was not learning French well, and decided that her philological education would not be lost. The barter was quickly arranged, every 2 lessons for payment with milk and the 3rd for free. And so it went. There were 6 pupils and more milk for work. Kate had the hardest time getting used to the everyday part of life in the village. She was glad that the village was a village and that she had a modern washing machine. Peter even had a dishwasher in the kitchen. It made life a lot easier. But still, the habit of getting up from the table without putting the dishes away sometimes made itself felt. And then in the morning it was unpleasant to see dishes that had dried up overnight. Mary helped. But she rightly thought that now there were 2 people in the house, she had someone to do the housework. And she had a family and 4 children. It's a big household. So she came for a while and occasionally helped Kate, for which the girl was grateful. In her sometimes woke up longing for city life. She wanted to leave everything and go away to hang out, as they said, in their own circles. Life there seemed like a dream at times, but so sweet and desirable. A lot of things had changed. Kate really looked at many things differently, and the goal of doing things her own way, without violating the will of her father, fooled her endeavor and revealed the abilities inherent in nature. But having raised the necessary sum, Kate decided to talk to Peter about expanding the business, using her feminine intuition and Mary's advice. She cooked Peter's favorite meal for dinner, a large steak and roasted vegetables, adding a warm lentil salad and of course cheese. Peter returned from grazing tired. The day was overcast and drizzling rain at times. During Kate's time in the village, late spring had changed to summer, which had passed most of the way. It was already time to make hay. Autumn was approaching and a hot, hearty supper was in order. "What's our feast today?" Surprised at the abundance of food on the table, asked the owner of the house. "There is no holiday, just dinner." "I must have got a taste for it, learning all sorts of wisdom," replied the girl. "Look, you'll get such a taste for it that you'll want to be my wife," Peter continued. "But you've gone too far," said Kate. "I remember when you supported me, saying that Daddy was taking too much control of our lives. And now you've almost given me to yourself. Or have you fallen in love with me too and want to marry me?" She wanted to talk business first. But she couldn't suppress her feminine side either. This daring and handsome shepherd had pissed her off a little by not noticing her feminine charms. And she knew their value. "Fall in love?" "No, it's not for me," Peter said over his shoulder, a little saddened. "Your father's tricks. Yeah, he's made up his mind. But who knows how life will turn out." Peter, I intend to get out of this situation. And if you're still with me, then help me, you'll win. Kate began the business part of the conversation. What are you talking about? The man was surprised. I've figured out a way to slip out of this agreement. All I need from you is your consent, and a little physical help. The young businesswoman went on the offensive. So more details. What do you need? The man asked interestedly. You know, I've enjoyed cheese making, and I'm thinking of it as an opportunity to get out of my father's trap. More on that later. Right now, the main thing is that I need space for more equipment. Kate began. But I've got all the space. You can see that. Do you want the kitchen? And where to prepare food? The man asked dejectedly. No, I don't need the kitchen. This pantry is almost empty. If you dismantle everything and put the equipment in there, there's plenty of room. And in the cellar you can install a chamber for ripening and storage. Kate continued. Well, you've got an idea. How long are you going to cook it? And where to sell it? What's in it for me? Peter deliberately poured questions into the girl, so he wanted to cool down her ardor a little. After all, he wanted her to stay longer, and she was already making plans and wanted to run away. Well, I'll pay for electricity and water according to the meter, and I'll find a market. I've got plans. What about you? Kate moved a plate with fat cubes of 3 kinds of cheese, which she had already mastered. Peter was silent, looking at the cheese like a true connoisseur. He considered the size of one of the cubes in his hand, understanding its firmness and consistency, then tasted it. All the while he was thinking about what to say to the girl. Sure, she gave him trouble at first. But look how determined she is. Just like her father, she's determined, and she's going for it. It's a good thing she asked. I mean, she could have done it herself and left him to it. The girl was getting on his nerves more and more. True, he resisted his feelings, so he delayed. He often went out with friends, trying not to think about her. But then he'd rush home to see her and find out what else she'd done. You know, this is surprisingly good. No, don't think I meant any offense. It's just that you've never done this before, and you're in the bag. That's just lucky. Peter tried to respond. You know, I was surprised myself. Kate suddenly perked up and began to talk very brightly and enthusiastically about the recipes for her flavor discoveries in cheese. She was captivated by the business and was discovering a whole new sensation. A different side of herself opened up. Peter looked at her and admired her. The girl was directly catching fire. Her eyes glistened with excitement, and her story about cheese plunged the man into sweet dreams of family. But if she wanted to get out of her father's agreement, she would leave in a hurry. It's a dilemma of want and need, as they say. But the way Kate began to change, very much like the head of the cow herd, and therefore he will not interfere. It's better to help than to feel sorry for being a coward. Let's try it, Peter said at last. But I don't have that much money. I've got the money, said Kate, satisfied with the conversation. And where did you get it, if it's no secret? Asked the young man. Just a little, and I sold the cheese. And then my daring outfits, Dolce & Gabbana, all sorts of worn and put up for auction. The girl continued with pride for her ingenuity. Here on the equipment and gained. Now to put it up and run. And you can store cheese in the cellar for now. While there are no cameras, milk is only need more. I can help you with that now. Tom and I have a deal that's coming to an end. He does the milk in the summer, and my cows are free of obligation for autumn and winter. That's great news. Kate jumped up from her chair and hugged Peter. Now we can earn money. Yay! Thus began a new phase in Kate's life. Or rather, it had started earlier, that very morning in the middle of May, when her father had declared his will to her. Now it's a full-blown streak, and now the days are filled with meaning and plans. Equipment has been purchased, and cheese making has become a defining part of Kate's life. Recipes she found quickly. Mindful of her gastronomic preferences and the variety of cheeses, she quickly created groups of them. Sheep cheeses are, of course, quality Brinza and Feta from cow's milk. The largest range she would like to realize, from simple Kostroma to Swiss to delicacies like Brie and Roquefort. And for an appetizer, spicy goat's cheese. It's good for hard cheeses. You could do a local Parmesan, too. Yeah, the dreams, ahead of the possibilities, were painting such fantastic pictures. Kate did not think to give up in the course of the idea of earning money herself and thus get away from her father's tutelage, and maybe, and proving her worth, to regain his trust was very tempting. Then, with marriage, perhaps he would leave her alone. The girl imagined cloudy prospects. She dreamed of her father proudly and favorably embracing his daughter and returning her name to the will. Peter bites his elbows that he was rude, inattentive. He should be thanked, though. He saved his father's life, so she'll leave this first batch of cheese to him. Let him herd cows and eat cheese. Dreams like that spurred the girl's endeavors. And now people started to ask for cheese and buy it not only for tasting, but also for holidays and for breakfast. And visiting relatives of villagers with pleasure joined the natural product. The work boiled over. Only there was not enough milk. We had to buy some. Kate was already immersed in the cheese business. She quickly found a lot of online courses and techniques not only for production, but also all the accounting associated with it. To promote their product, acquired certificates, attended courses of famous chefs. I was already thinking about how to turn my business into a brand. But these were dreams and desires. They were growing massively on the framework of an already existing goal. The silhouette of a dream with a framework was already impressive, and the premature dreams about the brand were an appetizer, so to speak, for pleasant reflections before going to bed. Winter is quite early and long in these parts. Kate was a little bored at first with her former life in the city skyscrapers. She longed for the coziness of the short days and long nights. But then Peter began to help her. He, free from his daily routine, took care of the bride's affairs. This encouraged the girl, and she, no longer shy and used to the title of bride, went to parties with Peter's friends. At first, the guys were a little shunned the young woman, but gradually Kate found a rapport with them. And that's where the cheese business helped. Everyone wanted details, and that was Kate's finest hour. She'd tell and she'd treat. She liked the change, very much a lively life around her, young people working, doing their own thing. There's the Lumberjack brothers. They were jokingly called the Grimm brothers. Their wives are also two sisters. Incredible fate. Tom Dairyman, that's what they called him. They also had their own hunters and fishermen. Kate had a chance to go fishing and hunting, skiing down the mountains, sledging. There was a lot to do here. About entertainments in the capital outside the city limits, it was said that there was no life there. And what did the capital surprise the golden youth? Clubs? No, it's life here in existence there. Kate Smith was a philosopher, gaining momentum and already thinking about expansion. So was Peter. Kate's talk of her hobby got him so interested that he started thinking of buying a couple more cows and increasing his herd of goats. He even found a breed that was new to the area, but close. They didn't smell at all. It was the smell that sometimes confused buyers. A friend from a neighboring street suggested sheep's milk for cheese. The business grew with plans, help. In general, it was happy with acquaintances and opportunities. Winter snowed and went on its way. Peter and Kate's relationship became trusting and closer. From the outside, it looked like they were a married couple, but each of them remembered the past comfortable life without obligations to third parties. So they continued to keep their distance. New Year's Eve was celebrated at Peter's friend's house. There, in nature, among a scattering of stars, Kate was completely confused. No, not outwardly, but in her soul. Suddenly, having removed the scales of everyday life and some past habits, she was awakened. The heavens opened up, the stars so large and bright in this winter sky. They winked and seemed to promise wonders and interesting stories. How much the girl learned here. Stories from the lives of villagers and Peter's friends were amazingly diverse. And if earlier Kate would have considered them just losers, now they were heroes in her eyes. And willingly or unwillingly, she tried to learn a little more about their lives. The party was a great success. A table full of homemade goodies, where, by the way, not the last treat was cheese of several kinds from Kate here for the first time, and a possible name of the future enterprise was born. One of the guys making a toast said in a rapid-fire voice, "Kate's cheese," and it turned out to be something Oriental or Italian, Kate's cheese. The girl remembered the word. Here she rode for the first time on a harnessed trio of handsome horses, and her soul sang, listening to the girls singing songs, and melted. You feel the beauty of life itself. Then the whole village let off fireworks and salutes. There are rules here, and it was allowed to do it at a certain time and in a certain place. But it was a great experience for everyone, and the animals living in the neighborhood are not frightened. Winter has passed, and the first timid spring streams ran down from the mountains. The sky was bright, and the blood boiled, demanding change. The cheese sold well. There was enough capacity, and milk was not a problem. The question of expansion came up. A friend of Peter's friends suggested Kate's products for sale, so the business was moving to the next level. Peter also enjoyed the whole cheese story. Expansion, of course, required funds. And now we had to think how to realize the idea of a couple of new sets, more spacious equipment. About the equipment on lease told the very city mates. A quarter of the business is milk. Many in the village agreed to donate milk for cheese production. Sales loomed with an additional couple of points. What remained was to purchase an additional chamber for ripening cheese. While this was being sorted out, Kate was approached by the school and invited to a meeting without giving a reason. Kate went. The girl was met by the headmaster, a tall, thin, and venerable man, who introduced himself. "Mr. Pedersen, headmaster." "Kate Smith," replied the girl. "Miss Kate Smith is very important. Respect in school is the most important element of education. I have a matter to discuss with you. We have exams and tests for graduation and transfer soon, and we don't have a language teacher. After the new year, she fell ill and left, and neither we nor the district education department have another one. I hear you tutor kids." Kate caught the catch, but realizing that she couldn't be rude to a senior person in age and position, she slowed down and replied without irritation. "And what documents do you need for that?" "No, I must have expressed myself wrongly. Did you study somewhere, or is this not your main subject?" Mr. Pedersen clarified. "Here's the revised text." "Oh, is that what you mean?" "Yes, I studied Romano-Germanic philology and even have a diploma, but no experience," Kate answered calmly. "Well, now I see. Do you want to work for us? There are not so many lessons. You will have enough free time, and you'll earn money and experience. And don't say you don't know how to do it. You'll learn. And the guys you study with will be your best references for other students. Our classes are small. I think you can do it. Everyone's heard about your courage to go from town to country. What do you think?" The headmaster asked, concluding the conversation. "It's so unexpected," Kate said thoughtfully. "But if you really need a teacher so badly, I'll give it a try." And now it's spring. Everything is blooming. The air is full of fragrance, buds are swelling, the sun is brighter, and Peter is out inspecting the pastures. And Kate had a hard time at first. The boys looked at her suspiciously and asked her uncomfortable questions. "Are you coming here for a long time or what?" Kate, realizing that they were distrustful of newcomers, replied, "Guys, I've been hired to help you prepare for exams and tests. I'm a substitute teacher, that's all." The older guys made some noise among themselves, but they were satisfied with the answer, and the study began. The head teacher helped and explained all the teachers' programs. Kate had to remember everything about pedagogy, and here the internet helped. She wrote out books online, looked at open classes in schools. First, she decided to check her knowledge level. She was very pleased that the knowledge gained at university was not lost and was remembered at the right moment. That's how the village lived. In spring, all the windows were covered with greenery. It was vegetable sprouts, preparation for the vegetable gardening season. The cows and the herd looked back at the paths leading to the meadows, to the pasture. Kate's father came round a couple of times, trying to find out how things were going and how the young people were getting on. He liked their chaste relationship, right? Nothing to rush into. And he liked the routine. His daughter had learnt to cook and seemed to have settled down. Kate kept her cheese business quiet. She only told her father what she needed to know about that first batch of cheese. That's the cheese she used to serve. "Daddy, so you don't want to take me away at all?" Kate asked her daughter with a chuckle. "Why don't you like it here? You're already in class. And your ex-girlfriends and their mates are all out clubbing. They had a car accident the other day. Now they're in court. I saved you by sending you here," said my father. "Will you give me some good cheese? I'll show off to my friends. Good for you, my girl. You're growing up, getting smarter." Going home? Dad was always in a hurry, never stayed long. And that confused Kate a little bit. Maybe he was afraid she'd whinge. Or maybe it was better that way, because she wanted to tell her father about her successes, but it wasn't time yet. She needed to expand production. And then she could issue an ultimatum he wouldn't revoke his will, so I could manage without your money. Time was working for her now, a few more months, and she could talk to her dad. But sometimes she wanted to have fun. She didn't keep in touch with her friends from her old life, though. They couldn't understand why she was still in the village. Her successes and different outlook on things would certainly piss them off. That was why she was in no hurry to share it with them. But she wanted to visit the city, for her current endeavors were all for the purpose of returning. Though how that would be, she had never once thought about it. In the meantime, the girl enjoyed working at the school and found new admirers. The guys liked her unusual teaching methods. Kate introduced the rule to speak in class only in a foreign language, so the language habit was formed faster. They watched unduplicated films together and tried to retell them. Interest was aroused and grades improved. It was a pleasure. And cheese, of course, was not only a means of earning money, but also a business she enjoyed doing. But time is inexorable, and now it's late spring again. Soon it would be time to report to her father and announce the wedding day to him. Of course, this fact tickled nerves. Marriage was sometimes wanted, but purely out of resistance to her father's will no. Kate liked Peter. The relationship had changed a lot, and they had become quite close. They did a lot of things together, but it was still chasing a divorce as they dubbed their problem. Everything was smooth sailing. What's next? Peter also wondered, what's next after all? Kate had won his heart. And maybe that first kiss would change everything. It would set the heart of a free shepherd on fire. But would he be ready to marry on the day of the wedding? Everyone was worried. It had to be decided whether or not to marry. His father didn't come, but sent a video message. In it, he told in detail how he liked these places, how he would like to settle here and help his daughter to become independent and self-sufficient. And I wanted to thank the Savior. He's a good guy. And then, who knows, maybe you'll fall in love with each other. Mr. Smith announced the last clause of the contract, which had been hidden until now. It stated that if the young people agreed to marry, their father promised to organize the wedding, build a big house, and take the farm to the next level. But if their hearts didn't beat in unison, he would agree to let them go. Kate's probably grown up now, and with more experience, she's not going to mess up her life anymore. And maybe she'll go into business for herself. So it's up to the young people to decide what to do next, said father. But the inheritance is still in doubt. Firstly, I'm not going anywhere, and my daughter will have to prove her worthiness. This changed the situation radically, and the young people looked at each other and did not understand what to do next. It seemed that they did not have to fight, and there were no demands. Silently, they went to their rooms. Kate no longer thought about cheese and began to decide whether to leave now or to wait. She wondered whether she would be able to leave everything. Peter went into the cowshed and looked sadly at his herd. He had strange feelings at this moment, and he wanted at times his quiet, lonely life, his search for meaning in philosophy, and his discoveries as a shepherd. But on the other hand, the feelings had already taken possession of the man, and he wanted the rich girl who had learned her lesson to stay longer, and perhaps forever. And she was slowly packing up her things, the ones she had bought here herself, with her own hard-earned money, and with a smile the remains of her branded wardrobe. And yet she was very much tormented by the question, could she leave everything behind, except the samovar, which Peter would have handled himself? Or Mary, for a fee, would engage. New friends might understand. And even Peter, who was increasingly taking up a place in her heart, even he could do without her and not be an obstacle to her return. And then there was the other question. The boys at school, they believed her, didn't they? There's a bigger issue here. In the morning, Kate came downstairs to make breakfast. Cheesecakes were churning deliciously in the frying pan, and coffee was in the pot. On the table, homemade bread and cheese, on a special wooden board that Peter had carved. Footsteps were heard, the door opened, and first came the milk pails. "Mary, is that you?" A velvet voice sounded. "Why, Mary?" "It's me," the girl answered quietly. Peter tripped and knocked over the milk pail, showering Kate's legs with a white wave and flying past the table, almost falling, but she caught his arm. Peter leveled himself and put his arm round Kate. "You haven't left? I thought I'd never see you again," he said with sadness in his voice. "I've decided, can I leave the cheese, you guys, and you too?" The words were drowned in a kiss. He solved all questions. Of course, there will still be nuances in this story, but the beginning of a new chapter is laid. And Mr. Smith is very pleased. His daughter has changed in a year. Her decision to stay on, even without becoming Peter's wife, was very pleasing. Responsible and clever, just like her father. He rejoiced quietly and slowly began to build the house. Alana turned off the bedroom light. Time to go to bed, she thought. Tomorrow would be a day off, so she could stay in bed longer. But it was almost 1 o'clock in the morning and her eyes were getting sleepy. "I can't wait to get under the covers." In her head flashed only one thought. The woman watched her favorite TV series, and here she could not tear herself away. There was everything: love, betrayal, and a difficult period in the main character. All this was so reminiscent of the fate of Alana. The series, as it should, ended with a happy ending. It was clear from the very beginning. In such movies, it could not be otherwise. And in Alana's life, anything could happen. However, the circumstances were such that now she is doing well. I can't believe it sometimes. How great it all turned out in the end. She smiled at the thought that Alana's life was as if it had been scripted by the director of all those TV shows. It all started many years ago, and at the start of her life, young Alana was faced with a lot of adversity and loss. Her childhood came in memories only vaguely. Only sensations and images remained in her memory. Her father, strong and reliable, often carried her daughter on his strong shoulders. The girl adored these moments. And fun, and a little scary to look at the world from such a height, thought Alana, feeling the support of her father's hands. Her mom was like a warm hug, kisses, with a gentle voice, her face so high it was lost in a haze. Alana couldn't remember mom's features. They were blurring and slipping away. But amazingly, for some reason, Alana could still clearly see her mother's dress in front of her, turquoise with small black polka dots. And then her parents were gone. Everything happened suddenly. A fire in the dormitory, caused by a cigarette butt left on the sofa, took the lives of young students. Luckily, Alana stayed at a 24-hour daycare center that night. She remembered longing for her family. First she cried, then she was angry at her mom and dad. Why don't they come? Why don't they pick me up like they used to? The nanny, as best she could, tried to explain to the 3-year-old girl what had happened. What had happened? Alana was very small then, but she still remembered her feelings: fear, despair, and for some reason, rage. The girl was about to be sent to an orphanage, and the paperwork was already being processed when her Aunt Alex, her father's sister, suddenly showed up. Alex lived in the village, single-handedly raising 2 daughters, and she didn't really need Alana. Brother and sister did not communicate much, but relatives of Alan's father persuaded Alex, saying that it would be wrong if the girl would grow up in an orphanage when her aunt was alive. As a result, Alex's aunt, for whom the opinion of people was very important, sheltered her niece. Alanino's childhood was not a happy one. Aunt Alex was not happy about the extra mouth, but she fulfilled her duties, dressed, fed, and brought up Alana. She sent her niece to school on time, kept her busy, and taught her household skills. But the aunt's attitude toward her own daughters was different. She looked at them with love and tenderness, bought sweets for them with her last money, and dressed them up in clean dresses. Alanina's wishes were not taken into account. She received old clothes, after her cousins. When they fidgeted in front of the mirror, her aunt smiled, calling them beauties and photo models. Alana, trying to get approval, did the same, but heard in her address a completely different assessment. That's the same monkey screams. All in the mother went, would not have been a case to do. So trying to be inconspicuous and not to attract attention to herself, Alana became more and more withdrawn. To prove to Alex that she had not taken her niece in vain, and that she could be of use to her, became an urgent task for Alana. From an early age, she realized that no one would love her just for her pretty eyes. Recognition and respect had to be earned. Dreaming of independence, after finishing 9 grades of village school, Alana decided that it was time to act. She applied to the college, as continuing her school education and entering a university seemed something impossible. You need to get a profession as soon as possible and become independent, Aunt Alex reasoned, frankly expressing the idea that university was not an option for Alana. Once you get a specialty, you'll start earning your own money, Auntie persuaded, not hiding her thoughts that it was time for Alana to think about a future outside the village. The phrase "you're a hula face" had been said to her, but despite that, Alana felt she had grown up to be a pretty girl. She saw her reflection and noticed traits in herself that set her apart from her cousins. Alana realized more and more how much she resembled her mother, who had also grown up in an orphanage. Alana knew little about her maternal relatives, but she thought that perhaps they would have accepted her differently, better than Aunt Alex. Modest and quiet, Alana did not spend her evenings with boys or go dancing, but she still found admirers in the village. By the age of 16, she was being courted by local boys, which was a surprise to the girl and perhaps proof that she had something special that attracted attention to her. Alana decided that before building a personal life, she wanted to achieve professional independence and feel more confident in her own abilities. She did not seek an early marriage, for she had dreams of a strong family and a loving husband, and she realized that to realize these dreams, she had to become independent first. After high school, Alana went to the city and soon began to live an independent life. She was full of ambition and desire to achieve independence. City life seemed confusing to her at first, but over time Alana adapted to it, rejoicing in her relative independence from her aunt. At the age of 20, Alana proudly received a degree in food technologist, but soon faced the realities of adult life when she realized that without work experience it would be difficult to find a job in her specialty. After graduation, the state support stopped, and the girl had to look for any job to support herself. Alana started looking for work actively, not neglecting even low-skilled jobs, such as a cleaner in the Housing and Utilities Department, because she had to survive somehow. The job was hard and poorly paid, but the offer of a room under the stairs was a lifeline, even though it only provided her with shelter and a minimal means of subsistence. Nevertheless, Alana didn't give up, continuing to look for a better job where she could use her knowledge and get paid accordingly. She went to many interviews, carefully presenting her red diploma to potential employers, but to no avail until one day she was lucky. Alana came to one interview at a beverage company with the hope that she would finally be able to start a career in her profession and prove to herself and everyone around her that she could break the stereotype of a young professional with no experience and succeed. She saw a vacancy in the newspaper and decided to try her luck. Already in the first minutes of the interview, the girl realized that she would not be taken. The employee of the personnel department, it seemed, communicated with Alana for a tick. Maybe she was fulfilling some recruitment plan or creating the appearance of work. I immediately guessed that she wouldn't be hired here as a technologist. And then he entered the office, Kevin, a tall man in jeans and a plain black t-shirt under which I could see strong muscles. You could tell he played some kind of sport or went to a gym. He had a sense of strength and self-confidence. He looked like a Hollywood actor, slightly mocking eyes, white teeth, a smile, charming dimples on his cheeks. The man was about 15 years older than Yana. The girl, without wanting to, looked at him. Then she realized and looked away. It was not enough that he noticed her involuntary admiration. He'd think she was a fool. But Kevin noticed. He winked cheerfully at Alana and turned to the human resources lady. "Who's this young, lovely creature who's applying for the technologist position? But she's not a good fit. She has no experience at all, and her specialty is not the same." "It's hard to find a job for young people without experience," the man shook his head, looking at Alana with interest. "It's hard for them. What about the secretary position?" "I need a new assistant right now. She's young, quick, energetic, and she's got the right looks, which is important for our image. We wanted to transfer a technician to this place from the energy department," reminded the personnel officer. "Let's put the girl on probation." "Something tells me she can handle it," Kevin said, winking at Alana. He grabbed a file from his desk and left the office. Without expecting it, Alana had become a secretary. The job was not difficult, and the girl was quickly brought up to speed. She was required to answer the phone and record messages for the boss when he was absent from work. Also, Alana had to prepare coffee for Kevin's visitors and treat them while they were waiting for their turn in the reception area. The salary offered to the girl was such that she couldn't even believe her luck. With this money, she could rent a nice apartment, eat well, and buy herself nice outfits. She could even save a little every month. But all of this kept Alana's mind at ease. Her new responsibilities, her co-workers, and the chic surroundings of the reception area where she worked now were very different from the dirty driveway cleaning she'd been doing recently. But Alana enjoyed her interactions with Kevin. He turned out to be very kind, understanding, and fun. Her boss treated her well, praised her performance, complimented her, and discussed work issues. Alana didn't notice how she fell in love. It was probably her first and immediately strong love. She couldn't imagine life without this man. The object of her secret love was Kevin, of course. But Alana knew he was married to the beautiful and intelligent Cynthia and had 3 wonderful sons. Trying to condemn herself for these feelings, she couldn't escape her sincere emotions. But she realized that this situation had no future. She shouldn't be a nuisance in someone else's family. After convincing herself over the weekend, Alana decided to end her reverie. Over the weekend, Alana got used to the idea that there was nothing she and the chief could have in common. But on Monday, once again seeing his smile and eyes with a sly squint, the girl again ceased to control herself. She was dreaming, daydreaming for real. She wanted Kevin to hug her, to kiss her, to hold her close. Alana would be the happiest person in the world. One evening, Kevin invited Alana into his office. It was late. The co-workers had dispersed. The boss was preparing for an upcoming audit and stayed late to look over the reports. Alana was required by regulation to stay in her office as long as the boss was at work. Kevin rarely stayed late, once every couple or 3 months at most. That's when he did too. "Alana, I need to talk to you straight," the man began as Alana sat down in the visitor's chair. The girl tensed up. Maybe the chief had some complaints about her work. Suddenly he would offer her to write a letter of resignation. Where else would she find such a job? "We've had you for 6 months. You're a good girl, you're a good worker. But I realized not too long ago that it's not just those qualities that attract me to you," Kevin continued, looking Alana straight in the eye and speaking in a quiet, calm voice. Thinking about what had happened, Alana was already feeling a little dizzy. Her heart was pounding frantically in her chest and a chill appeared in her stomach, just like before exams. "I think you have some feelings for me too." "I'm right," Kevin said, looking at Alana point blank and waiting for an answer. How could the girl deny the obvious? Yes, of course she did. She'd been in love with the chief for a long time, tried not to show her feelings, thought she was succeeding well. But no, Kevin, it turns out, understood everything. Later, many years later, Alana looked at the situation with different eyes. Kevin had pressured her, creating the illusion of a choice, even though the decision had been determined in advance. Kevin is a rich, powerful man, handsome, mature, successful. She is a young girl, completely dependent on him. Kevin clearly understood how important the job and the paycheck were to Alana. He skillfully manipulated young girls, making them lose their heads to him. However, the realization of all this came much later. In those days, it seemed that fate generously rewarded her. The girl couldn't even believe her luck. Kevin paying attention to her was unbelievable. She loved him and was willing to do anything for him. "Yes, you're right. I have feelings for you too," Alana admitted, blushing. She herself didn't understand why she suddenly felt so vulnerable. "Then I'm not wrong," the man smiled. "Let's make a deal first. Let's stop replacing each other. Second, I really want to spend more time with you. So I suggest right now we have dinner at a restaurant somewhere. How about it?" Alana shrugged. She wasn't yet used to the idea of Kevin himself proposing a relationship to her. It seemed unbelievable. At that moment, the girl had completely forgotten about her boss's wife and his 3 sons. It all seemed unimportant. The main thing was Kevin, who looked at her with tenderness and admiration, smiled and invited her to dinner. "I'm probably not dressed for a restaurant," Alana finally said. There was no dress code in the company. Everyone wore what they wanted to wear. On this day, Alana came to work in jeans and a t-shirt. If she had known in advance, she would have worn one of her favorite dresses, which she now had plenty of thanks to her good salary. Alana, Victor smiled. "You don't understand anything, and you don't even realize how gorgeous you look in those jeans of yours." "It's just adorable," Kevin said with a smile. They did go to a restaurant that evening. It was the first time Alana had been in the cabin of the chief's expensive foreign car, and it was the first time she had been to a restaurant too. The girl felt a little confused at first. She didn't know how to behave and what to say. She was afraid of looking rude and ignorant in front of Victor. But gradually the man did the seemingly impossible with his jokes and compliments. He dispelled her stiffness. She did not notice how she began to communicate with him simply and sincerely. Kevin wanted to know everything about her, and she told him everything about her cold childhood, about her difficult years of study and her work as a janitor. Kevin looked at her seriously and silently, without interrupting, catching every word she said. "Yeah, you've had a hard life," he said when Alana was done. "Life hasn't spoiled you, but you're with me now, and things will be different." Alana smiled. She believed this strong, powerful man unconditionally. Finally, she felt secure and unfamiliar, but so pleasant feeling. Later, they kissed for a long time in Kevin's car. Alana was dizzy from his embrace and kisses, loving his warmth and touch and responding eagerly. But suddenly, Kevin said it was time to leave. He drove her home and kissed her gently on the cheek goodbye. "You don't look good here." He looked around, surveying his surroundings. "We'll figure something out." From then on, their story began. At work, they didn't advertise their relationship, although Kevin could occasionally smile, especially at Alana in front of all the co-workers, and even compliment her. Soon it was known to everyone. It was making Alana a little tense, but no one said anything to her face. People valued their places and held on to them. Probably that's why no one wanted to ruin the relationship with the chief. Before Alana knew it, Kevin had become everything to her. She didn't need anyone else, just to be near him. To hear his voice, to inhale the scent of her favorite person, to feel the beating of his heart. Alana was ready to dissolve in him, to do for him everything he wanted. When they didn't see each other for a long time, it happened occasionally. Kevin would go on a long business trip or go on vacation with his family. Alana couldn't eat anything. She melted before her eyes and stopped caring about anything. Books were not read, TV series were not watched. The girl counted the days and even hours until she met her beloved. It was like an addiction. Kevin patronized Alana. He liked to surprise and please her. The man was not stingy with gifts, expensive jewelry, brand-name clothes, shoes, certificates to spas. Every time he came up with something new. Kevin rented a luxurious apartment for Alana in the city center, spacious, bright, stylishly furnished. Sometimes he stayed overnight, and in those moments Alana felt especially happy. She imagined they were husband and wife. She didn't have to share him with anyone. And she didn't have to hide either. One thing marred the happiness: Kevin had a family, and that fact was impossible to ignore. The man, without noticing it himself, often told Alana something about his children or his spouse. They were mostly funny and sweet stories. The man loved his boys and had great respect for his wife. Did he love her? Alana couldn't answer that question for herself, and Kevin didn't dare ask. No, they often talked about frank topics, but here Alana was afraid to hear a positive answer. What if Kevin really loved his wife? And she, Alana? Just a passing fancy. And yet Alana felt that Kevin took her very seriously. He may have planned a brief affair with the young secretary at the beginning of the relationship, but then it turned out that they were very good together. Despite the difference in age and social status, "You understand me like no one else," Kevin confessed more than once, looking at Alana. "I feel so good with you, and so relaxed, my soul rests." It's such an amazing feeling to realize that there's someone who accepts you with all your strengths and weaknesses. Kevin was right. Alana did love him with some kind of unconditional love. Even if Kevin had committed some horrible act or crime, it wouldn't have changed Alana's attitude towards him. 10 years flew by unnoticed. Alana and Kevin grew closer during that time. They occasionally flew together on vacations. Kevin would make out a business trip at work and take Alana with him. Those were wonderful days: the sea, the beaches, the incredible beauty of nature. And it was just the two of them, with no other eyes and ears. Alana wondered more than once if Kevin knew that her husband had a mistress for a long time. It was unlikely that she was still in the dark. The woman didn't seem naive or stupid. One day, Alana dared to ask Kevin about it. "Don't worry," he smiled, stroking Alana's hair. "She and I have a loose relationship. We don't stress each other with jealousy and control. Cynthia, just like me, is free to do whatever she wants. Alana couldn't understand it. She explained to herself that this relationship between the couple was not a marriage of love, but of convenience. Kevin and Cynthia's parents were big businessmen who had decided to pool their capital and invest it in their children. There wasn't much love between the couple. Alana liked to think so. It was somehow comforting and gave her hope that when Kevin's children grew up and became independent, he could finally divorce his wife to make her, Alana, his lawfully wedded wife. Alana was no longer the young, inexperienced 20-year-old secretary who had agreed to have an affair with her boss. She was well into her 30s. But she was still naive, perhaps even worldly stupid. It seemed to her, though, that sooner or later Kevin would marry her. 2 more years passed, and then one morning Alana realized she couldn't get out of bed. She felt sick, nausea rising to her throat at the slightest movement. At that moment, the woman guessed that a miracle had happened. It looked like she was expecting a baby. Despite the fact that she and Kevin were very careful, no method of contraception gives 100% results. And here's the result. Despite not feeling well, Alana suddenly felt happy. Her soul felt warm and clear. She still got out of bed and got to the pharmacy where she bought the test. Alana was afraid that she was wrong, but the test did not disappoint. 2 bright stripes showed that she had a baby under her heart. Before talking to Kevin, Alana was hardly worried at all. Yes, he'd said more than once that he didn't want any more children, but she didn't think Kevin wouldn't be happy when he found out about the baby. He loved her so much, cared for her so tenderly, showered her with compliments and gifts. Wouldn't he be happy to hear that they were going to have a baby soon? Alana has been dreaming of a baby for so long, envying moms with strollers. And now she's going to have a baby too. Finally, a son or a daughter, whatever. Kevin, however, frowned when he heard the news. Alana, we had a deal. There was an accusing tone in his voice. I don't know how it happened, Alana said, surprised at herself. She had already realized that Kevin was not happy about the baby, but she was still hoping to change his mind. She wanted him to share her joy and excitement, to tell her that everything would be all right. But it wasn't. Kevin stood his ground. He didn't want a child, and the only way out was to terminate the pregnancy. Children out of wedlock were out of the question. Alana cried, begged Kevin to come to his senses, and for the first time in their 12-year relationship, she was angry with him. How dare he suggest she get rid of her long-awaited, wanted child? I love you, I love what we have. But the baby doesn't. I have a right to decide that too. No, you don't. Alana slammed the door and stormed out of the apartment Kevin had rented for her. She ran out into the night, wherever she could see. The woman wasn't afraid to stay on the street. She had a cell phone and had accumulated a small fortune over the years. She and her child would have enough for the first time, and then Alana would find a job and things would get better. I won't betray you, my little one, Alana said to her daughter. Yes, to her daughter. Alana realized what was waiting for the girl the moment she ran away from home. Alana quit her job at Kevin's company and rented a small apartment on the outskirts of town where rent was cheaper. Kevin called often, but every time she answered, she thought he'd come to his senses. But no, he was still insistent he wanted Alana back, but he was urging her to get rid of the baby. Alana was nervous, under tremendous stress every day. She dreaded the future. She couldn't find a job and now had no one to lean on. Alana had grown accustomed to Kevin, to his sensitivity, attention, tenderness, support. He playfully solved all the problems that arose and with a few words lifted Alana's mood. And now Kevin had become alien and inaccessible. Alana felt their connection breaking, and it was almost physically painful. Sometimes she even thought about doing what Kevin wanted her to do, get rid of the baby and go back to her old life. But those thoughts quickly faded. No, Alana would have this baby, give birth to it, and raise it. She could handle it. She had wanted to be a mother for so long. However, despite Alana's best efforts, she was unable to keep the pregnancy going. Worries, constant stress, and nerves, all this together led to a tragic result. Alana curled up right on the street. The pain was such that her eyes went black. She thought she was going to faint. Someone called an ambulance. Alana was taken away from the store, on whose porch she was curled up in pain. The woman was ready to endure any agony as long as her baby was saved. But something told her that nothing would work. There was still hope, but it was very weak and ghostly. In the hospital, on a cold couch, indifferent eyes of doctors, and a voice that said terrible words for Alana clean. There's nothing left to save. Then Alana lay in a room surrounded by other women who were still pregnant. The doctors had saved their babies, and being among themselves, the expectant mothers discussed their babies. Each of them was sure that all threats were over and their babies would be born. Alana, on the other hand, was no longer hopeful. At the first round, the doctor shocked Alana with the news. He told her that she would probably never become a mother again. Your case is complicated. This was about saving your life. You should know that it is unlikely you will be able to have a natural birth. But the doctors added that there are options, as medicine does not stand still. Alana didn't listen. Further, she fell into the abyss of despair and fear. Was her biggest dream not going to come true? Would no one ever call her mom? What was there to live for? Kevin met Alana at the hospital. How did he know what had happened? Alana was surprised, but not really surprised. She didn't feel much at all at that moment. She was going to go to the apartment she'd rented, but Kevin had taken her home, to the place where she'd lived for years, and was happy. "Stop fooling around," Kevin said. "Get back here. We'd already made a mess of things." Alana didn't care. It took her a long time to come back to life. At first she even ate, but only because Kevin forced her to. She wanted nothing more than a couch and a pillow. Alana blamed herself for not keeping the baby safe. Kevin carried some of the blame too. At first she thought it was his fault. But he had tried so hard. Kevin had turned into a sensitive and considerate man again. He cooked her favorite meals for Alana, watched TV shows with her, cared as much as he could. It was very touching. Kevin seemed genuinely sorry for what had happened. I reevaluated the situation and realized that I was being selfish. "I'm sorry, let's start over. This time I'll be more attentive to your wants and needs. The doctors said you were between life and death. It's scary to think that I might have lost you." Gradually, Alana melted away. She accepted the current state of affairs. After all, the world wasn't about children. Many people nowadays consciously choose childlessness. Besides, she had a loving and sensitive man by her side. And Alana decided to stay happy, no matter what. And it worked. Kevin and Alana began to travel more. For the next 2 years, they traveled almost all over the world. They climbed mountains, bobbed on ocean waves, crossed the desert in jeeps. It was thrilling, exciting, and wonderful. The main thing is that Kevin was always there for us, protecting us, supporting us. His children were grown. They didn't need their father, and Cynthia hardly required his presence. Kevin spent more time with Alana, and she was delighted. But as time went on, things began to change. At first it was subtle, but then it became more and more noticeable. Kevin was suddenly incredibly busy, always working late, traveling for business, and when he was with Alana, he was in his own thoughts. He didn't compliment her anymore. He didn't ask her about the past day or share the events of his life. Alana panicked. She was used to having Kevin around, and it seemed to her that it would always be that way. They had been through so much together, but now something strange and frightening was happening. Kevin was clearly drifting away, and the process was gaining momentum. Alana hesitated to talk about it. She was no longer a naive girl, but her insecurities remained. Outwardly, Alana looked like a successful and contented woman, but it was only an appearance. She was afraid to hear honest answers to her questions, which could redefine her life. That's why she kept quiet. Kevin himself had once dared to have a serious conversation. That evening was forever etched in Alana's memory. Kevin arrived late when she was about to go to bed. Alana was glad because she missed him very much. She missed the companionship, the jokes, and even the funny jabs. Maybe it wasn't all that bad if Kevin was here. Maybe Alana was just getting herself worked up. "Alana, this may be hard to accept right off the bat, but we need to break up." Alana felt like she'd been hit over the head. She fluttered her eyelashes and turned pale, and Kevin hastily pulled up a chair for her, afraid she would faint. Then the man talked at length about how happy he'd been with Alana for nearly a decade and a half, describing her virtues and assuring her that she had more to come. He explained that the relationship had simply exhausted itself. There was no longer that spark, passion, emotion. "The same thing is happening to you." "I can see it," Kevin said, but Alana thought he was wrong. It was incomprehensible to her. Kevin probably thought it was easier to believe that Alana's feelings had cooled too. Kevin talked a lot and persuasively, as he always did. Alana listened, sometimes nodding, answering something. She didn't cry, she didn't beg, she didn't argue. It was useless. Kevin had decided everything for the two of them. You could see it in his eyes, hear it in his voice, read it in every gesture. I met someone else, and I had strong feelings for her. I didn't expect that to happen in my old age, Kevin admitted. Alana didn't cry, but she was dying inside. She realized that the old Alana was gone. Kevin was everything to her. She had no idea how to live without him, but he had made his choice, and nothing could stop it. The man couldn't hide a smile while talking about his new love. This is something incredible. Alana, you're going to have to leave my company. You're just going to quit. She'll be working here now. And you and I can't see each other all the time. It's going to be hard on both of you, and on me, of course. Alana nodded, barely holding back tears. I feel so bad about all this, Alana thought. It's going to be okay, Alana smiled, trying not to show how hard it was for her. She didn't want Kevin to feel sorry for her. Just not this. I'm sorry for what happened, but I've been honest with you. This is all very hard. I'll help you find another job. And you can stay in the apartment as long as you want until you find a new one, Kevin added. Thank you, Alana nodded. That was it. Alana's past life was over. She wouldn't stay in the apartment that held so many happy moments. The woman left for another city where nothing would remind her of Kevin. And it wasn't easy. They lived together for almost 15 years. And Alana got used to Kevin, to the joint life with him, thought it would last forever. But everything changed in an instant. Alana found an apartment in a new city thanks to her savings and started looking for a job. She faced a hard truth: it was not so easy to find a job in her specialty. Almost 15 years of working as a secretary did not give her a chance, because there were few suitable vacancies, and she could not do anything else really well. So Alana became a kitchen assistant at a local restaurant. Her job duties ranged from making sure the floors were clean to washing dishes and carrying pots. She did whatever was asked of her. Alana was always ready to work. The work was hard, and at the end of the day, her back ached and her legs rang. The pay wasn't great, but it was enough to rent a small apartment. And of course, there was a nice bonus of taking home leftovers at the end of the day. For Yana, with her limited budget, this was really valuable. Did she miss her former life, a comfortable apartment, traveling, shopping in expensive stores? Probably not. Of course she was sad, but not for the lost prosperity that Kevin had provided. She missed Kevin himself, despite the way things had ended. Alana still loved him so much that even the thought of other men seemed impossible to her. Her friends advised her to get on with her personal life, but her heart wouldn't listen. Sometimes Alana imagined that something would happen to Kevin, that he would lose everything: money, business, house. Naturally, his new girlfriend would immediately leave him. Alana believed she was only with him for the money. As for Kevin's wife, Cynthia, she apparently didn't care about his adventures. Alana, unlike her, would forgive Victor anything and gladly take him back. But those were just fantasies. She was well aware of that. Time passed, and Alana's mental wounds healed, turning into scars. She lived alone, almost reaching her 40s, without children, without a husband, without a profession to be proud of. The absence of a loved one to care for, and who would care for her, was hard on Alana. The loneliness frightened her. Could she fall in love with someone else? There were no suitable candidates in her surroundings. After everything with Kevin, Alana realized that true love existed, and she could no longer settle for anything less. Alana couldn't bring herself to get over the separation. There were new joys in her life books. She became a frequent visitor to the local library. Alana absorbed the works, got acquainted with the inner world of the classics, and through the prism of events in their novels and stories, she rethought her fate. In her school years, Alana did not pay much attention to literature. All these works seemed boring to her, and she did not understand half of the words. However, apparently now it was the right moment for reading. In addition, Alana had a cat, Naomi, who turned out to be a very intelligent and affectionate animal. When Alana came home sad, Naomi would start rubbing against her legs as if trying to comfort her. And when the mistress felt tired, the cat became inaudible and unnoticeable. One cold fall evening, Alana prepared a delicious dinner for Naomi from leftover red fish and beef scraps. She took something from the table for herself, too. I wondered how much food was left over after working in the kitchen. It turned out to be a decent savings on food. Alana buttoned her jacket up to her chin and pulled her hat over her ears. She didn't feel like going outside. The wind was making the windows shake, and it looked like it was going to rain. But staying at work overnight wasn't an option. Naomi, her favorite book, and the soft couch were waiting for her at home. It was cozy and warm, though very lonely. It wasn't that far to walk, only a couple of blocks. Alana had chosen an apartment near the restaurant, saving not only on food but also on transportation. It was already dark outside. The evening was almost pitch black. It felt like winter was approaching. Soon the snow would fall, and the streets would become bright and colorful, and the New Year mood would appear. But so far it was dirty and slushy, uncomfortable. In such weather I wanted to be home sooner. The streets were deserted. No wonder, because the cold, nasty rain had started. The icy wind burned my cheeks. As she passed the playground, which in the darkness looked like the set of a horror movie, Alana hurried home. When she heard that voice, a weak, trembling voice that sounded desperate, "Help, please. I'm hungry," Alana stopped. It was very unexpected to hear a voice clearly belonging to a small child on the street in this weather. There were no adults around, and Alana didn't see the owner of the thin voice either. "Can you help?" A girl came out of the cabin of the wooden-colored ship that stood proudly in the playground. A little girl altogether. She looked no more than 5 years old, huge, frightened brown eyes, plump lips, beautifully arched eyebrows. Tangled strands of brown hair were poking out from under a stretched cap. The girl was wearing a gray boy's jacket, which was 2 sizes too big for her. On her feet she wore sneakers that were worn almost to the ground. All indications were that she came from a poor family. If she had a family at all, she probably should. Children don't happen by themselves or grow up in an orphanage, or close adults raise them. The girl looked at Alana studyingly, as if trying to figure out whether she was friend or foe. What are you doing here?" Alana finally said. "Sitting, walking down the street." Suddenly it started raining and the wind picked up, so I hid here. Where are your parents?" "My mom died and my dad disappeared somewhere. First we took a long train ride with him. The train was great, it was warm, the bed was clean, there was plenty of food. We were going to Grandma's, that's what Dad said. And then we got off the train. Daddy told him to wait for him and left, so I went to look for him. Only he was nowhere to be found." "Why did you leave? Daddy must have come back for you, but he didn't find you. Now he's worried, running around looking for his daughter." I waited a long time. The little girl shook her head. "We got here this morning. I had already left the station at night when it got dark." That did seem strange. Alana could understand if the man had left his daughter for a few minutes to, I don't know, go to the bathroom or drop off things at the luggage room. But according to the girl, she waited for her parent all day. "He left me." I guess the little girl sighed. "Daddy doesn't love me. It's Mom loved, but she died already. And Daddy, I heard him tell a friend of his that I was a burden to him." "So what are we going to do with you now?" Alana didn't know what to do. Leaving the girl out here in the cold wasn't an option. That was for sure. Dragging the child to the police wasn't an option either. The baby needed a good dinner and a warm bed right now. She'd have to sit on some chair all night at the station while they drew up a report, while they figured out where to put her, while they called the guardian or whoever they called in such cases. "Let's go to my place now," Alana finally decided. "We'll eat, watch TV. I have a cat, you can play with it. And tomorrow we'll go to the police. And the police uncles will decide what to do with you." "The police?" The girl immediately tensed up. "You don't have to go to the police. I haven't done anything wrong." Alana realized that the little girl was afraid of policemen for something. Most likely she had transferred such an attitude to law enforcement representatives from her parents. Perhaps they were doing something criminal. It's very likely. Normal people don't put their children in this situation. "The cops are kind and good," Alana reassured the little girl. "We'll ask them to find your daddy." "Okay." Yes, the little girl nodded and added, "I'm really hungry." "Auntie, Do you have any sausage at home?" Alana's heart clenched with pity for this hungry, abandoned child. Somehow she reminded her of herself as a child, needed by no one, forgotten and abandoned by everyone. Alana held out her hand to the girl, who smiled and clung to it happily. Along the way, Alana and the girl got to know each other. She knew her name Emma, but she couldn't say her last name. That was strange for a rather small child of 5. Emma told a little about her life. At first, the little girl lived with her mom and dad somewhere in a village or on the outskirts of a small town. Her parents apparently drank. Emma mentioned noisy companies, fights, people falling asleep on the floor, including complete strangers. And in all of this, a small, defenseless child was growing up. Listening to Emma, Alana thought about how lucky she was to be in her aunt's family as a child. And she wasn't exactly loved and certainly not spoiled. But she'd never witnessed a scene like Emma's, either. Emma was taken to work almost every day. As Alana understood it, her parents would take her to the center of a small town and leave her at a crosswalk to beg for alms. Emma was given a lot. Of course they did for such a doll. Brown eyes alone. In general, Emma had a hint of oriental blood-dark skin, coal black eyelashes and eyebrows. She looked like a beautiful, expensive doll. And she was not cherished, not appreciated. Emma should go to kindergarten, wear smart dresses, play with her friends. She is so energetic, smart, curious. But the girl had to spend her days in a dark underpass and beg for change from passers-by. "Didn't they hurt you there?" Alana asked. Little could happen on the street to a small child. No, Emma shook her head. Everyone knew me in the crosswalk already, my uncle, the guitar player, and my aunt. She sold knitted socks in the crosswalk. And my dad often came to check up on me. In the evening, Emma's family returned home and went on as circumstances dictated. Sometimes Emma was left alone for a few days in an empty house. Her parents went out with someone. Other times, the company would gather at their place. Emma didn't know any other life, so she talked about everything that happened to her easily and casually. It was the norm for her. Meanwhile, Alana's hair was standing on her head in horror. What a lot of things had befallen a small child. And then Mommy died. Emma sighed. Daddy said it was bad vodka. And God saved him. He'd fallen asleep before that bottle was opened, so he survived. But Mom didn't sleep. So her friends got poisoned. Emma missed her mother very much. According to the girl, her parent loved her, treated her with candy, called her a beautiful princess, made beautiful ponytails. But sometimes she beat her, of course. It usually happened on days when Emma wasn't served enough. But if they served a lot, kissed and hugged, sang songs to her daughter and looked at her with kind eyes. Daddy's not like that. He never hugged me, and he never sang songs to me, and he never told me fairy tales. He doesn't love me, but still he's my daddy, and he takes care of me. Now he's lost or left me because he doesn't need me. They finally made it to Alana's apartment. "You come on in, don't be shy. See, Naomi's meeting us, already missed you." Emma seemed to be in a normal apartment for the first time. Everything here seemed unusual, strange and wonderful to her. Simple things made the little girl really excited. Like the lamp on the wall or the toaster or the bathroom. Alana immediately filled it to the brim with warm water to wash the girl. Everything. Alana wrapped Emma in her robe and carried her little guest into the kitchen. Dinner from an expensive restaurant was already waiting for her. Here, grilled vegetables, chicken kebab, fruit. At the sight of this variety, Emma was even confused. "Is this something you can eat?" "For me," she asked. You, Alana smiled. "You should try it. It's really good." Emma greedily pounced on the food. It was immediately apparent that the little girl had been starved. And then Alana put Emma to bed in a makeshift bed made from 2 upholstered armchairs. She didn't have a second bed in the apartment. "I love it so much at your place," the sleepy little girl admitted. "May my daddy never be found at all. I want to stay with you." These words echoed warmly in Alana's heart. She was pleased that Emma liked it at her place. On the other hand, one should never get attached to the little girl. She'd have to go to the police with her tomorrow anyway. That's a shame. What a pleasure it is to take care of a child, to see its happy eyes, to open the world to it. I can't tell you how it feels. Even if only for one evening, but Alana felt like a mother of a wonderful girl. In the morning, she had to dress up the baby in her old dirty clothes. There were no other clothes. Alana asked for time off work and explained the situation. They were sympathetic and gave her advice on how to talk to the police so that they would not think that a kind woman had taken someone else's child. Alana was surprised. She had never even thought of such a possibility. At the station, Alana went to the duty officer and told him her story. He, surprised, looked at the two visitors with his eyes and called someone. Then he called the number of the office and let the woman with the child behind the desk. The young man in shoulder straps listened to her, then asked Emma a few questions before writing down Alana's details and suggesting she go home. What about the girl? Alana was no longer indifferent to Emma's fate, especially since the girl clung so trustingly to her hand. How is it to go and leave her here with strangers? The little girl's been through enough. Can I take her? I promise I'll be in touch with you 24 hours a day, and I'll take the baby anywhere at the slightest need. The policeman shook his head negatively. You could see in his eyes that he'd love to help Alana and Emma, but he wasn't supposed to. I want to take her away. The words came out of Alana's mouth before she could think. To adopt her. If her parents can't be found, I'll take custody of the child, temporary, permanent, whatever, just so long as she's with me. Are you sure? The policeman looked at Alana in surprise. More than sure. I don't want her in an orphanage or hospital. Let her go through all the necessary procedures at my place. I'll sign everything that needs to be signed. Certificates will be provided. We'll keep that in mind. The policeman nodded and made some notes on the report. But Emma still had to spend about a month with strangers. First, she was admitted to the hospital in what was called the quarantine block. There, the girl was examined from top to bottom. It turned out that her health was excellent. Then Emma went to the orphanage. Alana visited the little girl almost every day. When Emma saw her, she would rush to her and hug her tightly. It was such a sweet moment. Alana always brought her some sweets or interesting toys. It was a joy to see the child's eyes light up with joy. All this time, Alana was preparing the documents for the adoption of the girl, collecting the necessary certificates, visiting the school of foster parents. She could not imagine that Emma would live with someone else. And the girl herself was drawn to Alana with all her soul. It's a pity that a 5-year-old's opinion won't be taken into account in court. If only she were 10. The search for Emma's father was not progressing. The orientation letters, interviews with possible witnesses, posters on the poles, and TV stories did not give any results. Emma's parents seemed to have fallen through the cracks. Alana was inclined to think that the little girl was right. The father had really abandoned his daughter, just left her at the train station in a strange city. A great plan if you want to never be found. Alana's adoption was going to be a problem. Single woman, no place of her own, low paycheck. Everything was looking up for Emma to be sent to an orphanage. Angry children, angry teachers of state rank. Alana could not imagine Emma, tender little Emma, in such conditions. Sure, the little girl had been through a lot in her 5 years, but she still had parents who took care of her as best they could. Yes, Alana realized that no one would really appreciate and love the girl in the orphanage. Her colleagues advised her to hire a lawyer specializing in such cases. The services of a professional cost a lot, but Alana even sold old jewelry, once given by Kevin, to pay for the work of a lawyer. The lawyer had to work hard, but in the end Alana received the court's opinion on Emma's adoption. For her, it was like a mountain had fallen from her shoulders. Now she and Emma would be together, and the girl would not end up in an orphanage. Alana immediately went to the orphanage to take Emma home. The girl even cried from joy, hugging Alana and saying that she would never come back here again. At home, Alana prepared everything for the arrival of the little girl: a new bed with linens, a closet with beautiful dresses, a desk. She fulfilled all the requirements of the guardianship authorities, creating a cozy and comfortable corner for Emma. And it gave Alana great joy to take care of the child, to choose toys and books for him. Alana's new life began. Emma turned out to be a wonderful child, perky, but able to keep herself in control, inquisitive and kind. She tried to take care of Alana, which moved the woman to tears. Alana had a family now, and she was happy. Emma finally went to kindergarten, where she immediately made many friends. The energetic, intelligent girl was always the center of attention. She invented games and activities that attracted children to her like a magnet. Alana couldn't get enough of her daughter. Emma didn't remember much about the past. It was as if she had decided to forget everything that had happened before she met Alana. And she had. Only sometimes she fidgeted restlessly in her sleep and soon calmed down. Probably all the same, in the subconscious remained some not too pleasant memories of life with her parents. But in the morning the girl could not say what she had dreamed. Alana was very careful to ask her about it, but she just shook her head. In due time, Emma went to school. And then it turned out that the girl has a great ability to do math. While others were solving simple examples, she, having coped with the obligatory part of the tasks, was studying Olympiad tasks for children a couple of grades older than herself. The teacher immediately recognized the talent of the little pupil and tried to develop it in every possible way. In middle school, Emma became interested in computer science and programming. Alana looked at her daughter and could not help but wonder how all these complex formulas and algorithms fit into the head of a 13-year-old. The woman herself was panicked by the sight of code, but Emma, with the keen look of a drummer, fingers on the keys, solved one complex problem after another. Emma became a prize winner of local and regional Olympiads more than once. Teachers believed that the girl had a great future. Alana was in solidarity with them. She was proud of her daughter and loved her very much. She was also worried about her daughter. Like any mother, this feeling was a bonus to the happiness of motherhood. There was no other way around it. Alana wondered how such a child could come from a family of marginalized people. These people abused booze, did not care about their daughter, did not engage in her development. The girl from an early age begged for alms in the underpass. Where did she get such abilities? It seemed strange to the woman. But there was no time to think about Emma's fate. Alana had to work even harder now. She wanted to dress Emma in beautiful, fashionable clothes, feed her daughter delicious and healthy food. She needed money for all that. So Alana did the best she could. It was hard to be alone, but the woman did not regret anything. On the contrary, she considered herself lucky. Fate had given her such a magnificent gift. It was an ordinary fall evening. Emma was already asleep with her hand under her cheek, just like when she was a child. Wow, how fast children grow up, Alana thought. 8 years had flown by. Emma had grown from a touching little girl into a beautiful young woman. Huge brown eyes, long shiny hair the color of melted chocolate, slender, tall, dark-skinned. The admixture of Oriental blood gave the girl's appearance a special flavor. A beauty, and what a clever girl. Yes, nature had not been stingy, generously endowing Emma with everything at once. Alana smiled and returned to the laptop screen. The woman was trying to find the TV series she'd been told about at work. The search engine, as usual, produced a lot of unnecessary stuff. Alana was about to close the page, but then her eyes caught on a picture. The woman looked at it and could not believe her eyes. A teenage girl, slender, with long brown hair and a dazzling smile, posed in a bright pink swimsuit on the ocean. The wind ruffled the young beauty's hair. Behind her, the waves splashed and it was Emma. The same facial features, the same smile, even the proportions of her figure were the same. But how is that possible? Her girl had never been to the sea. There's the ocean, white sand, palm trees. The longer she looked at this girl, the more she was surprised. The teenager didn't just look like her daughter. This was Emma. I could even see the mole on her thigh. Emma had one just like it, she thought. Alana pulled away from the screen and took a few deep breaths. This couldn't be a coincidence. Gathering her wits, Alana clicked on the photo. It opened the social network of one Nikita Gortsev. Apparently the girl was his daughter. On the page of this stranger there were more photos. Some of them had Sonia, so the name of the young beauty, posing against the ocean. Alana wasn't good at Russian, but she could understand it from the captions on the pictures. The family lived in a large and beautiful house, traveling. Father, mother, and daughter Sonia were a happy family. Sonia, who looked uncannily like Emma, attracted attention with her exotic beauty. The mixture of blood had a spectacular result. Alana could not take her eyes off Sonia, because the girl was an exact copy of Emma. Sonia's father apparently worked in the field of technology, as evidenced by the photos on his page. Interestingly, Emma also had a knack for programming. Alana made up her mind. She sent Nikita a letter in English without translating it through translators, attaching a few photos of Emma. In the letter, she told her girl's story. It could have all been a coincidence, but something told Alana that such coincidences simply do not happen. Nikita replied right away. He thanked Alana and asked her to stay in touch. He wrote that he couldn't tell her everything yet, but he wanted to meet her and was even ready to come to America for that. He was going to do it as soon as possible. Alana answered him and turned off her computer. What had just happened? Why did she immediately, without thinking about the consequences, wrote Nikita this letter? What would happen now? Alana's heart clenched with icy anxiety. She wanted to rewind time and not send a stranger from the internet that letter. But Alana had always acted in her daughter's best interests, believing that every decision she made would only benefit Emma. And this time Alana did the same, guided by her concern for Emma's future. The adoptive mother tried to give her daughter everything she could, but there was often not enough money for participation in competitions and tournaments, for traveling and new impressions. The possibility that a wealthy programmer from Moscow, who seemed to have some connection with the fate of Emma, could take part in the girl's life seemed unlikely, but so necessary. In the morning, after a restless night, Alana told Emma everything. The girl stared in wonder at the open social media pages, taking in the unknown details that seemed strangely familiar. I think I remember these places. Or rather, not like that. I don't remember, but I dream about something like this house sometimes. Unsure, of course. Maybe just something similar, Emma pondered. Her remark about everyone having a double added a mystical tinge to the story. When Nikita flew in, the tension reached a climax. His interest in the details of Emma's fate, his desire to know every detail of how Alana had found the girl, had filled the meeting in the cafe with a sense of foregone conclusion. Nikita was completely different from Emma, tall, trim, with blue eyes and blonde hair. His appearance was not associated with the dark-haired, brown-eyed girl. What had happened during this encounter? Could Nikita have shed light on the unusual resemblance between Sonia and Emma? Is there some deep, hitherto unknown connection behind it? The questions were many, and the answers were bound to follow. The world Alana and Emma were entering promised to be filled with new discoveries, and perhaps changes that would change their lives for the better once and for all. And yet the attentive Alana noticed the similarities, the dimple in Nikita's cheeks when he smiled, and his eyes. The man nodded in the exact same way. Even his nose seemed to wrinkle in the same way. It turned out that Nikita knew English. He had worked for a long time with English developers and had learned the language. Of course, the man confused words and cases and spoke with a strong accent, but Alana understood him perfectly. "This is just an incredible story," Nikita pronounced as they settled at a corner table. "I couldn't believe my eyes at first when I saw your daughter's picture. What a blessing that you wrote to me." Alana nodded. She wasn't sure she had done the right thing. It seemed to her that her life was taking another turn. Things were about to change abruptly again, and not for the better. She felt like she might lose Emma. The feeling was strong, and of course she already guessed that Emma was no stranger to this man. Nikita made a pleasant impression. He was handsome, polite, energetic, and very friendly. Alana almost physically felt the warmth emanating from him. There was nothing repulsive or suspicious about him to fear or antipathy. And then he told his story. Alana caught every word greedily. A lot of things fell into place now. The puzzle was coming together, but what to do next? Jonathan was a talented programmer. After high school, he moved to Moscow, where he first attended university and then got a job. He bought a house, married the beautiful Maria. His career was going uphill. The young, talented programmer was entrusted with complex projects, and one day he got into a team that cooperated with developers from America. They all worked together on a grandiose international project. In his personal life, Nikita also had everything going as well as possible. The young family was born at once 2 twin girls. Nikita and his wife Maria were happy, healthy, beautiful daughters, financial prosperity, love and mutual understanding between spouses. What more could one wish for? When little girls Sonia and Kira were 2 years old, Nikita was sent on a business trip to California. It was necessary to solve several work issues, a matter of a few hours a day. The man still had a lot of time left to get acquainted with this beautiful city. "So I made the huge mistake of asking Maria and the girls to come with me," he recalls. That trip was supposed to be an exciting journey, but it turned out to be a real nightmare for our family. At first, everything was going just fine. Nikita would drive 2 or 3 hours to the office in the morning and then spend the entire day with his family walking around California. They visited the zoo and gallery together, walked around the center. True, having 2 young children meant more than just doting, joy and happiness. Both young parents were tired, which was probably what caused them to let their guard down. It happened in a huge, beautiful park with fountains, wide, flat paths and playgrounds. There were a lot of people in the park that sunny day, no surprise, since the weather was great and the weekend was ahead. Parents seemed to have decided to take their children out for a walk. Nikita was holding Sonia's hand and thought that his wife was also holding Kira's hand. But Maria and his daughter disappeared from his sight for a while. The sea of people had swept them in different directions. Kira had always been more curious and energetic than Sonia, always running somewhere, climbing. Maria was better at handling her. I thought Kira was dragging her wife off to find adventure again. It happened so often. I wasn't worried at all, Nikita continued. 5 or 6 minutes passed, no more. When Nikita finally saw Maria, she was standing at the monument, looking around for her family. Seeing Nikita, the woman smiled and rushed towards him. She was alone, without Kira. Nikita tensed, of course, but didn't panic yet because, well, little else, maybe Kira stayed on the swings or goes like a tail behind her mother's back and just can't be seen. "Where's Kira?" she asked anxiously, looking at her husband. And then Nikita realized everything and jumped up in horror. Maria thought that Kira was with him, and he thought that the daughter had stayed with his wife. The little girl was lost, and it had been about 7 minutes, if not more. How do we find her in this huge park with so many people? What to do? These questions instantly filled his head. Nikita immediately called the police. The call was responded to lightning fast, because it was about the disappearance of a small child. An outfit arrived at the park. At first, everyone hoped that the girl quickly found just lost, just wandering somewhere along the paths, admiring the surroundings, studying the world. It was quite in the character of Kira. But the little girl, as if in the water, rolled into the water. It soon became clear that something had happened to her. We had to return home after a month, Nikita continued. We left with nothing. We didn't know where our little girl was or what had happened to her. It was horrible. We can't even find words to describe our condition with Maria. We couldn't find a place to sleep. We couldn't sleep. We couldn't sleep. We didn't eat anything, and we blamed each other. He told how he was constantly in touch with law enforcement, even hiring private detectives. They worked on the case too, but not a single lead. As the years passed, there was little hope of finding Kira. Sonia grew from a little girl into a beautiful young woman. Looking at her, Maria and Nikita could only imagine what their Kira looked like now. Maria always felt that Kira was alive. Nikita shook her head. She didn't doubt it, and she was right, Alana pronounced. Emma is Kira. There could be no doubt about that. Then, years ago, the little girl was taken from the park. The girl was probably too young to pronounce her name correctly. And the people who took her decided her name was Emma, not Kira. Well, or they just called her their own name. Emma didn't remember anything. She was just a little girl, barely 2 years old. She gradually got used to the new mommy and daddy and learned the language. Their goal, apparently, was to make her not just a well-behaved child, but a full-fledged member of society. It was probably for this purpose that the girl was taken away. But then something went wrong. Emma's mother died, and the father, perhaps having found another way to earn money, realized that the girl no longer interested him. So he brought her to the train station, far from the city, where he left her mercilessly. Then Emma was found by Alana. All this time in Moscow, the girl's real parents found no place for themselves. They, of course, had to learn to live with this loss, but I know I could not. I didn't even want to imagine what Maria and Nikita had endured, to know nothing about the fate of their own child. Yeah, it would drive you crazy, Alana thought. Especially they may have been saved by the fact that they still had another daughter, Sonia. She was the one they were holding on to. And then I get this letter from you, Alana. And I see a picture of Emma. I'm sure your Emma is Kira. I haven't told my wife anything yet. I need to check it out first, do a DNA test to be sure. If there is a mistake, Maria is unlikely to stand for it. Nikita continued. There was no mistake, of course. The analysis confirmed Emma and Nikita's parentage. I honestly told everything to my daughter. The woman was naturally worried. Everyone realized that now that Emma's birth family had been found, Alana would be alone again. How am I supposed to live without my daughter now? How do I tear her from my heart? Alana agonized. But I have to do it. Emma is not my property. It is important that she lives with her blood relatives. With them, she will get more than I can offer. A brilliant future indeed awaits her with them. And so I watch as Emma begins to socialize with Nikita. You can immediately sense a kindred spirit in their interactions. Emma spoke to her father as if the years of separation had never happened. They laughed at the same jokes, discussed programming languages, argued over solving complex Olympiad problems, understood each other with half a word, even with half a look. I immediately realized that Emma was 100% Daddy's daughter. The woman wasn't jealous. No, she was happy for the girl. Emma's going to be really happy now. The paperwork took a while to finalize. Emma continued to live with Alana. Nikita preferred to stay in a hotel so as not to embarrass the hostess. They saw each other every day, walked, talked, discussed the future. Emma is leaving with her father. It was already a settled matter. The girl looked forward to seeing her mother and especially her sister Sonia. She was a little worried, but she lived the days before departure in joyful anticipation. After all, the girl would soon have a whole new life. But it was hard for Emma to part with Alana, the man who had raised her. How will I be without you? The girl sighed in the evenings. I don't know what's happening to me. I seem to want to leave as soon as possible, to see how things work there, to meet my mother and sister. But I won't be happy without you. We'll get used to it, Alana smiled. And then, we'll see each other. I'll fly to visit you and you'll visit me here sometimes. Oh, and Skype's still on too. It's not like that, you realize that. Of course, Alana understood. She tried her best not to show Emma her sadness. Alana was used to having such a sweet little girl in her life. She had raised her, considered her a daughter, but that didn't give her the right to make Emma her property. Alana had made the decision that was most favorable to Emma, and now she had no doubt that she'd done the right thing. And then Emma and Nikita flew away. A cold emptiness appeared in Alana's soul at the same moment. Yes, once again a woman was starting a new life, and it would take some getting used to. Emma wrote and called often. She quickly learned the language and made friends. In fact, Alana had no doubt that she would. Emma talked about how much fun she was having in the new place, but she always ended the conversation by saying how much she missed Alana. If only she knew how much Alana missed her. A few months passed and New Year's Eve came. This time Alana decided not to decorate the tree. She always did it for Emma. Why would she do it now? Alana was spending the holiday alone. She'd been invited to a party, but she declined. She wasn't in the mood right now. She wanted peace, quiet, comfort. She wanted to sit quietly, watch the New Year's program on TV and think about her own thoughts. Just at that moment, there was a signal that someone wanted to chat with Alana on Skype. The woman smiled. It was Emma, of course. There was no one else. Indeed, a smiling, sweet face appeared on the screen. Emma's eyes were shining, as always. Sonia loomed over her shoulder. Alana still couldn't get used to the fact that the sisters looked so much alike. They had become inseparable since their reunion. Emma wished Alana a happy new year, wished her happiness and good luck, told her again that she missed her, and then said that Nikita wanted to talk to her. Alana wasn't surprised. She often talked to both him and Maria. They told her about how things were going with Emma and constantly thanked her for saving their baby girl. Nikita probably wants to wish her a happy new year. There's nothing special about it. But from Nikita's face, Alana somehow immediately guessed that her life was kind of ready to take another sharp turn. The man looked too serious and determined. The woman's stomach even churned with an incomprehensible premonition. Nikita actually wished her a happy new year. And then, "Kira misses you very much." "Very much," he said, looking into Alana's eyes. "She has everything to be happy, but she's still not completely happy. She misses you," Nikita began. "Maria and I thought it would pass. We could just call each other, visit each other. But you two seem to have formed a strong bond. Kira, it literally splits in two. One part is reaching across the ocean to you, and the other part wants to stay with us. The children's doctor said it's very dangerous to her health. So then Nikita made Alana an offer she just couldn't refuse. It turns out that not far from them sold a few years ago a small house with a plot of land. And Nikita bought it, counting on the fact that Sonia, having lost one of their daughters, will stay to live with them, even after becoming an adult. So we bought this house, where, according to our plan, adult Sonia was to live with her husband and children. But Sonia and Kira are still just kids. Besides, they both already said they're not going to live in our neighborhood. They both have grandiose plans to conquer the world, and our cozy neighborhood is too crowded for them, you see. Anyway, the house was idle. We're asking you to move in. Nikita finished. Alana looked at Nikita in silence. She didn't even know what to say. His words were too good to be true. Is she really going to live next to Emma? Yes, she'll have to get used to everything new, learn the language. But that doesn't matter. If Alana gets a chance to talk to her girl every day. There are jobs for you here. A lot of families need a nanny. You have experience. Besides, there are a lot of restaurants here that are always in need of kitchen helpers. Kira said you're the one for the job. Nikita continued. So are you going to take it? There's nothing keeping you in your town, and this way you'll be close to Kira. The girl is very attracted to you. She needs you, and we need you. Maria and I also want to do something good for the man who saved our daughter. We're one family. Now the house sits idle for nothing anyway. You'll take care of it too, so you'll help us a lot. So what do you think of my offer? Nikita looked at Alana hopefully and waited for an answer. She probably should have said that she needed to think about it, to weigh the pros and cons. But why? After all, the decision had already taken shape in her head. This was just great news. Of course I agree, Alana said without a shadow of a doubt. Her answer was full of determination and joy. The prospect of living near Emma and becoming even closer to the family that had welcomed her so warmly seemed like a marvelous opportunity. It wasn't just an offer to move in. It was a chance to start a new life where she would not only take care of the house, but also help with Emma's upbringing, support her, and be there to experience all the important moments of her life. Nikita smiled back, feeling relieved and happy about her decision. That's wonderful, Alana. We're so excited to have you become a part of our life here on a permanent basis. Kira will be thrilled. It was a new beginning for Alana, full of promise and opportunity. A new page in her life was opening before her, filled with family warmth, new challenges, and most importantly, the happiness of being close to those she loves.
Diana was unbearably bored. All day long, she had to devote herself only to her 2-year-old daughter. Was that what she was aiming for when she was so diligently wooing the rich and promising John? Diana had succeeded. She married him, but it wasn't how she'd envisioned a wealthy family life. In Diana's dreams, it looked different. She imagined how Mary will travel abroad, dine only in expensive restaurants, visit beauty salons, and lying by the pool, sipping cocktails. In reality, it didn't work out that way. John worked all day, and yes, she was not mistaken. He was a very promising young man. He had recently purchased a large 2-story cottage in an elite area of the city. However, the repair was not yet finished, and even now on the 2nd floor of the incessant drilling, knocking workers, talking in an incomprehensible language. Immediately after the wedding, John insisted on having a child, which Diana was not ready for. She has long tried to persuade her husband to live for himself, but the man was adamant. At the time of the wedding, he was 30 years old, and he was ready for fatherhood. But Diana was only 22, and she wanted to flutter and enjoy life. It didn't work out. A year later, Alice was born, and Diane had to immerse herself in endless diapers and formula. Sleepless nights and baby sores drove the girl crazy. John, on principle, did not hire a nanny to help Michael. He turned out to be a good husband, caring and generous, but at the same time, too authoritarian. The man had his own principles, and he never deviated from them. One of these principles was that he believed that the young wife should watch over her daughter only herself. My mom raised me without any nannies. That's why we had such a close bond until the day she died. And you'll be fine. So tell me, what else do you have to do? We hired an au pair. No cooking, no cleaning. Just devote yourself to your daughter dying. That's easy to say, devote yourself. Every day is Groundhog Day. Diana hated even going to the park, where there was a big playground. That's where all the rich moms in the neighborhood usually gathered. At first, Diana was happy to get to know them all, hoping to socialize with them. But socializing with them was just talking about the kids. Diana was sick of it. If it were up to her, she wouldn't shove her nose on the playground, but John insisted on daily walks, saying the baby needed fresh air. Of course he needed fresh air, Diana grumbled, gathering her daughter for a walk. Then he would walk by himself among these clutches. Happy Alice grabbed her sandbox set and a ball. The girl did not fit all this in her hands, and she, frowning her eyebrows, looked at her mother. Alice, let's take one thing, either a ball or a set. The girl hardly spoke yet, but she was good at the word no. Diana sighed unhappily, took the ball in her hands and went to the exit of the cottage. On the one hand, getting out into the fresh air now was better than being among the endless sounds of the renovation. Diana and her daughter had just left the gate when a 10-car pulled up sharply beside them. Diana's excited friend Anna jumped out of it. Diana, hi. It's so great that I managed to catch you. Look, with what guys I met. Anna led her eyes in the direction of the car, from the windows of which two handsome guys were smiling. We're going to the beach now. Come with us. Diana was horrified. John would kill me if he found out. How would he find out? You'll be home before he gets home. If anything, you can tell him you got held up walking your daughter in the park. Alice won't give us away, will she? Anna winked at the little girl, knowing she wasn't talking yet. Diana hesitated. On the one hand, she really wanted to have fun with these cute guys, but on the other hand, she was afraid that her husband might find out. The girl was silent, thinking, and Anna hurried her. Diana, let's go. Don't let me down. I said I'd be with a friend. The guys are shopping for the picnic. They got champagne for you and me. I don't know what to think. Just get in the car. Okay. Diana's making up her mind. Is it okay that I'm with child? I told the guys you're a young mom. It's okay. Alice can play on the beach. What difference does it make to her where she builds her dollies? Diana nodded and, taking her daughter in her arms, went to the tent. She sat on the back seat, met the guys and asked them to stop by the store on the way to buy juice and cookies for her daughter. The girl needed something to do too. The guys drove to a remote beach where Diana had never been before. Wow, she exclaimed, getting out of the car and lowering her daughter onto the sandy beach. What a steep shore here. Yes, nodded one of the guys. It's pretty dangerous in this place. I'll tell you more. There's a whirlpool under that steep shore. You can get sucked in no time. We won't swim there. We'll swim here, where there's a gentle slope. At least it's less crowded. Imagine how crowded the city beaches are now. There's nowhere to spit. Diana agreed with that. Going to a crowded beach in the company of guys. A married girl does not need to. And here, in fact, it was not crowded. Apart from their company, there was only a young married couple with a boy of about 5 years old. The wife was in an old faded swimsuit, long out of fashion, and the couple had nothing on the bedspread except a water bottle. How did they get here? Anna asked in a whisper. I don't see a car. They probably came on foot, grinned one of the guys, taking bags of food and drinks out of the trunk. All right, let's get away from them and start getting settled. Girls, there's a blanket over there. Lay it down. In half an hour, the married company, which had time to swim, was laughing. The guys, despite the fact that one of them was driving, drank strong alcohol, and Diana and Anna sipped champagne coquettishly. Diana didn't regret in the slightest that she had agreed to this trip. It had been fun with the guys. And Alice apparently was not bored. The beach was sandy and the girl did her favorite thing. Armed with a set for the sandbox, little girl diligently tried to mold figures. Bacham, a little shy, a boy approached her, the son of the vacationers in the neighborhood. Alice smiled and handed him her trowel. When the boy took it, the girl ran to her mom and pointed to the juice box. Diana stuck a tube in it and handed the juice to her daughter. Alice went back to her new friend and generously handed him the juice, but then the mom pulled the girl back. "Alice, don't let the boy drink from your tube. You can't do that. What if he's sick?" The boy's parents heard this shout and looked at each other. "I should have bought Michael some lemonade," the young woman sighed. The man nodded sullenly at her. Georgia shivered slightly under the appraising glances of the girls in the neighboring company. Her husband jumped up from his seat and took Michael by the hand and walked toward the river. He offered to take a swim, but she didn't feel like it. She felt uncomfortable when the girl forbade her daughter to share her juice with Georgia's son, and they only had a bottle of water with them. It's understandable, the family was desperately short of money. Georgia and her husband Steve had recently bought a one-room apartment and had gotten into huge debts. To pay off these debts, Steve worked like a curse, grabbed any part-time job, and when he was offered a column on the replacement of the roof in one of the houses of the private sector, the young man happily grabbed it. Of course, safety in such places was completely absent, and Steve did not hold on to the roof and collapsed, suffering injuries. It took him several months to recover, and he was unable to work during that time. Georgia's nurse's salary was barely enough to pay the rent and buy a rudimentary set of groceries, and the family still had to pay for kindergarten, buy him clothes, and wanted to treat the child sometimes, which unfortunately happened less and less often. Steve didn't work, debts were piling up, but Georgia didn't despair. Nothing. Steve is a very hard-working man and is almost well. Pretty soon he'll be back to work and the family will be back on their feet, paying off their debts. Today Georgia had a rare day off and she wanted to get away with her beloved family. They'd chosen this normally deserted beach to get away from people. It didn't matter that it was a 40-minute walk to the beach. As luck would have it, this rowdy bunch of guys rolled in and ruined Georgia's mood. She knew one of the guys visually. He'd gone to the same school as her and lived not far from her parents. The rest of the merrymakers were unfamiliar to Georgia. The girl immediately noticed the arrogant, appraising look the girl's mom gave her, and she felt a little ashamed of her old swimsuit. "Well, so be it," immediately restrained Georgia. "Let me wear a swimsuit of 100 years ago, but next to my beloved husband and son. I'm happy with them and someday we'll have everything." The company was walking very cheerfully, noisily splashing in the river, loudly clinking, laughing. The little girl was left to herself, and it was evident that she was very glad when Michael joined her in her games. But then the girl's mother shouted at her and Georgia realized that the rest was ruined. "Steve, I'm tired. Why don't we go home?" she said quietly to her husband. The man looked at her shrewdly. He understood his wife with half a word. "Well, let's have one last rinse. Are you coming?" Georgia shook her head in the negative and Steve, shouting to the son, went with him to the river. After a while, Diana, who was already quite tipsy, noticed that the couple resting in the neighborhood began to gather. "Oh, at last." She wrinkled her pretty nose. "Finally, they are leaving. I do not like that my Alice with this boy plays. They are like that." "What are they like?" asked Diana, one of the guys with whom she was having fun. "I know this girl. I went to school with her. She's all right. And her husband seems to be quite normal." Diana shrugged uncertainly and turned away from the couple. "Let's have a drink," she said cheerfully and grabbed a shot glass with strong alcohol, as they had long since finished the champagne with Anna. The girl Alice stood on the sand and sadly watched her new acquaintance, a boy Michael, taken away from the beach by his mom and dad. The girl kicked the ball with all her might, and it rolled down the beach and rolled down a steep cliff. Alice ran after the ball. The girl ran up to the cliff. The ball was not visible. Alice carelessly hung down, trying to see it in the water. Through the loud laughter, no one but Anna heard a slight shriek and a splash of water. Anna looked around and didn't immediately realize that something was wrong. When she did, she shouted loudly, "Diana, where's Alice? Where is your daughter?" Diana looked around with a dazed look. "Where is she? Where did she go?" "She didn't run away. She fell in the water. I heard a splash." As if on cue, the whole group jumped to their feet and ran to the steep bank. There were circles in the water, and in the center of those circles, Alice's ball floated orphaned. Diana abruptly began to sober up and was thrown into hysterics. "Alice, daughter, I can't swim, somebody jump in. Save my daughter." The girl threw herself on the guys' chests. But her new acquaintances stood there with their eyes down. They had warned in advance about the whirlpool in this place, and they didn't want to drown because of a girl they didn't know and her child. Diana howled and tried to push the boys to the shore to save Alice, but they froze in place. And then, past the standing guys and the girl struggling between them, a male figure flashed by lightning and dived into the water. "Steve, what are you doing?" There was a shout behind them. It was Georgia, literally dragging her son by the hand. She and her husband hadn't gotten far before they heard Diana howling. Steve instantly realized what was going on and reacted with lightning speed. Georgia and Michael ran to the shore and now, along with the others, kept their eyes on the water closing over Steve. The time dragged on for an agonizingly long time. It was only a few seconds, but it seemed an eternity to those standing on the shore. It was little Michael who was the first to fall. The boy roared loudly and began to call for his father. Then Georgia screamed. Panic grew. The girl's head appeared on the surface of the water with her eyes closed. Steve came up next, struggling to breathe and trying to push the little girl out of the maelstrom. It was obvious that the man was exhausted. The boys on the shore fussed. They scrambled down and, getting as far into the water as they could, held out their hands to the girl. Steve pushed the little girl toward them as hard as he could and disappeared under the water in the same second. Diana ran around the shore around her pale daughter, who was being given CPR by Anna, and ignored the wailing Georgia, whose husband had not come out of the water. Alice coughed and opened her eyes. Diana exhaled, grabbed her daughter in her arms, held her tightly against her. The girl cried. Only then did Diana look at Georgia running along the shore and almost tearing her hair out. What about her husband? One of the boys shook his head mournfully, lowering his eyes. That was it. He didn't swim out. I guess his strength's gone. Should we call whoever we're supposed to call in these cases? Police, divers? How do we call them? Diana was confused. Then everyone will know. Find out what? The guy didn't understand. That we were here. My husband will know. No, I can't let that happen. You call whoever you want. I'm calling a cab and I'm leaving. Diana, what are you doing? That man drowned to save your daughter, and he saved her, a dazed Anna exclaimed. And I'm grateful to him for that. Diana cut him off, but my husband mustn't know anything about it. The bewildered Georgia floundered on the shore. The girl hardly realized what was happening and did not notice the moment when the cab left the beach with her daughter. It still seemed to Georgia that Steve was about to surface, and she ran, keeping her eyes on the water. When the police arrived, she begged them to get her husband out, and Michael roared loudly as he sat on the sand. At some point, Georgia came to her senses, walked over to her son, and slumped down beside him and put her arm around his shoulders. Don't cry, son. Daddy will be all right. He must have surfaced somewhere else. The girl herself believed what she was telling her son. How could it be any other way? She couldn't think of any other outcome. They can't be without Steve. They just can't. And he can't just leave them alone. After a while, the policeman began to insist that Georgia should go home and the search should continue here without her. The girl shook her head stubbornly, sitting on the sand and hugging her son. She began to sway, as if in a trance, from side to side. One of the policemen, wanting to bring the girl to her senses, said to her rather rudely, "Stop thinking about yourself and think about your child. Look at your son. Why should he see all this?" These words sobered Georgia a little, and she looked at Michael. The boy couldn't cry anymore. He whimpered like a frightened kitten, clinging to his mother's side and staring at the river with swollen slits in his eyes. "Yes, Michael, come on. I'll take you to Grandma's. Then I'll be back." She turned to the policeman. "Back as soon as I take the baby to his mom." Steve wasn't found until the third day, when his body floated to the surface. Diane was waiting for her husband to come home from work. In the last few days, she had been such a good wife, just a goody-goody. In fact, the girl was very scared. Every day she called her friend Anna and found out how the search for the man who had saved her daughter was progressing. Strictly Nastrogo Diana had instructed Anna to keep silent about their presence on the beach. Although, of course, both the police and the lifeguards were aware that the man they were looking for was a hero who had saved a child at the cost of his own life. But the mother of this child did not want publicity and left before the police arrived on the scene. Well, that's her right. No one could force gratitude. Still, Diana was shaking. Every day, when her husband returned from work, the first thing she did was to look anxiously into his face to see if he had found out anything. The girl realized that she was guilty on all sides. She went to the beach with strange guys, drank with them, and poorly washed her daughter. Yes, what a sin to say. Diana at that moment was a lot of fun, and at times she even forgot that Alice was playing nearby. But then again, even in those thoughts, Diana managed to blame her husband. It was his own fault. Locked her here, in four walls with a child, no rest, no respite. So she went off the rails. Obviously, John wouldn't accept that excuse. What would he do if he knew the truth? Divorced her the same day, at the very least. Diana was sure of that, knowing well the resolute temper of her husband. He'd also be able to sue for his daughter on the basis of what had happened. Diana shuddered at the thought. Don't think about bad things. Everything will be fine. Anna would keep quiet. It was her fault, and the boys knew nothing about Diana. Through the window opened on the first floor, Diana heard her husband's car drive into the yard. The girl put on a smile, fixed a beautiful bow on her daughter's head, and ran to meet her husband. "Oh, John, you're earlier than usual today. Alice and I missed you. Haven't we, Alice?" John smiled dutifully at Michael, absorbed in his own thoughts. And at dinner he was quite distracted, nodding occasionally at Diana's incessant chatter. "John, what are you always thinking about? My wife couldn't stand it. Do you even listen to what I'm telling you?" "Yeah, I'm sorry, I was just thinking. I heard a story today. A man drowned in our town 4 days ago. They pulled him out yesterday." "No, I haven't heard." Diana's tense. "Well, drowned and drowned. It happens. Why do you care so much?" "It's just the details. The man rushed to save someone else's child, a girl, I think. He managed to save her, pushed her to the surface, but he ran out of strength and drowned. Can you imagine?" "Well done. What can I say?" Diana shrugged. "He's not just a good man," John said indignantly. "The man is a hero. I keep thinking, yes, many people would give their lives for their own child." John looked at Alice. "But for someone else's? Let's say, would I be able to throw myself into the maelstrom for someone else's child like him? I don't know. I'm not sure. It's a very dangerous place, and everyone knows it. That man knew it too, and he deliberately took the risk for someone else's girl. I admire people like that." Diana sat there, dead or alive. How unpleasant this conversation was for her. She really wanted to change the subject, but John wouldn't let her. "No, but you know what the best part is? The mom of the rescue girl took her daughter and left the shore right after the man drowned. She didn't wait for the rescuers, nor did she express her gratitude to this Michael, who was also there, by the way. Nothing. Nobody knows who she is. The only rumor is that she was drunk and didn't take care of her child. It was entirely her fault that the girl fell into the river. So drunk," Diana muttered angrily. "I don't know how life happens. John, we don't know all the details. Let's not judge anyone." "I am," John said defiantly. "I do judge a mother like that. She goes to the river with a little kid and drinks there. She's probably from a dysfunctional background and unmarried. A normal woman wouldn't act like that. And that man had a family, a small son. They say they were already poor, and now they were left without a breadwinner. And for whom, you ask yourself? Some naughty mom." The more her husband got angry, the colder Diana got. It's even worse than she thought. I can't imagine what her husband would do if he found out she was his wife. "John, what if you and I were to take a trip somewhere?" Diana blurted out. "No, but seriously, you and I had a lot of fun. We didn't go on a wedding trip. Then Alice was born. Let's go on vacation." "Okay, let's try it." John suddenly agreed. "Tomorrow I'll go to work and try to solve the most important issues. Maybe we'll go to the sea, if only for a while." The next day, Diana was not herself. She couldn't wait for John to come home from work, and her anxiety was growing. She wanted to get out of town before this story died down. Her husband had gotten a little too emotional about the so-called hero's behavior. Diane called her husband to see if he had been able to settle the important issues and if the trip would take place. When John reassured her, Diana happily rushed to the second floor to pack her things. Just then, the au-pair called out to her, "Diana, there's a girl at the gate asking for you." "What girl?" Diana was surprised. It was Sveka again. She jumped out and, with a quick step, reached the gate and opened it. All the blood drained from Diana's face when she saw who stood before her. It was Georgia, the drowned man's wife. "How did you find me?" Diana hissed at Georgia, closing the gate tightly behind her. "One of the guys you were on the beach with told me the address. He and I went to the same school." Georgia answered in a weak, quiet voice. She was staggering and dark circles under her eyes. She couldn't remember the last time she'd eaten, or if she'd eaten at all, since her husband's death. But Diana didn't care about the appearance of this grief-stricken girl. She was only angry. Angry that Georgia had come to her house. "What do you want? Why did you come here?" she asked her rudely. Georgia didn't seem to notice the aggression directed at her and continued to talk quietly. "You know, Steve was just found yesterday. His body. Now it's a funeral, and I don't have any money to bury him. We don't have any money. Not me. Not my mom. There's no one to turn to. We already owe everyone. Steve didn't work for a while. He was sick. What's it got to do with me? Why did you come to me?" It was only now that Georgia began to realize how rude Diana was being to her. She looked up, scrutinizing her face. "I thought maybe you could help me with money. I'll give it back, not right away, but I'll give it back." "Oh, that's it. You've come to beg for money. You think because your husband died for my daughter, I owe you money? Did I ask him to do that? It was only his decision. He couldn't assess his own strength. Couldn't get out. Whose fault is that? All right, well, just stay here. I'll be right back." Diana ran into the house, and Georgia stood puzzled. This was not the reaction she'd expected from the rescue girl's mom. Oh, not this. Georgia knew that if someone had saved Michael, she would have given that person everything she had and been grateful to the end of her life. And all she'd come to Diana for was a loan. While Georgia was pondering, Diana jumped out of the gate and shoved a couple of crumpled bills into the girl's sweaty palm. "Here, take these. I won't give you any more. And don't come here. You hear me? You don't have to give anything back, but don't ever show your face here again. And don't you dare implicate me in your husband's death. He took a dive. He drowned. Nobody pushed him into the river." Georgia stared into Diana's face with wide open eyes. She didn't even look at the denomination of the bills now clutched in her hand, but raised her hand and threw them at Diana's face with fury. "Choke on your handout. I don't know what my husband would have done knowing what you were like. He probably would have died for the girl anyway. That was Steve's thing. But except that I, if it were possible to rewind time, would never have let him jump in the river. I have hung a rock around his neck and held him down, wouldn't have let him." Georgia turned and walked away from the gate, and Diana picked up the bills from the ground and ran into the house, looking around cautiously to see if anyone had seen the scene. A couple days later, Steve's funeral was held. There were a lot of people there, and they were mostly strangers who didn't care. Many people in town had heard how the young man had died, and contrary to Georgia's expectations, the funeral was decent. People who learned about the difficult material polymeklaya of the hero's family began to bring his wife money. They brought free of charge, who can bring as much as they can, from the world by the thread, as they say. The largest sum was brought to the girl from a businessman who wished to remain anonymous. The girl could not believe how many people around her cared and was immensely grateful to them. But the loss of her husband was very hard for her. For the first year, the girl lived as if in a trance, floating along the stream, not noticing anything and no one around except for her son. Money was constantly lacking. Debts had not gone anywhere, and despite Steve's death, they had to be paid. Georgia worked 24 hours a day, taking a nursing job. She pulled the strain forgetting about herself and seeing the child only at night, but at the same time trying to make sure that he had everything he needed. Michael went to school, and despite the fact that his mother never had time to do his homework with him, he studied very well. The boy became independent early. Being with him in public, Georgia often caught envious glances of her son in the direction of children proudly walking with their dads. When Michael was 9 years old, a patient with an attack of appendicitis was admitted to the hospital where Georgia worked. This man was much older than Georgia, but nevertheless immediately began to give signs of attention to the young nurse. At first, the girl only waved away from such an intrusive beau, but then she thought, and why not? The man seems to be not bad, divorced. According to him, he's very fond of children, and Michael needs a man's attention. Georgia made up her mind and tried to introduce the man, whose name was Dustin, to her son. She was very nervous bringing a man into the house for the first time. Contrary to her fears, Michael took to Dustin calmly and even joyfully. The boy told his new acquaintance passionately about his schoolwork, and he listened attentively, shaking his head respectfully. Georgia exhaled with relief. So that's the way it's going to be. Michael would need a father, and she could stop working around the clock and spend more time with her son. It's so wonderful to have a strong male shoulder to lean on. In 3 months, Georgia and happy Michael moved into Dustin's apartment. It was a rather spacious 2-bedroom apartment in which the boy finally had his own room. Dustin was very kind and attentive, but only for the time being. As time went on, Georgia began to notice that the child was annoying her new man. Michael was so attracted to him and was ready to call him daddy, but apparently his stepfather didn't want him to. "Call me Uncle Dustin. I'm not your daddy. You're not a little boy. You understand everything." Dustin snapped at the boy, and Michael shrank back. Everything seemed to be the same, except that now Michael didn't run to his stepfather to brag about his success in school and tell him about his affairs. Dustin seemed to enjoy it. Over time, Georgia began to realize that this man needs more of a mistress in the house, who will cook, clean, and the child was in his way. And one day, far from being a beautiful day, Georgia returned from her shift and from the doorstep heard her son crying. The woman rushed into the room and saw Michael standing in the corner. His legs were covered in red stripes and his belt was lying next to him. Dustin, smirking smugly, sat in a chair. "Oh, you're here? Listen to what your son has done." Georgia didn't want to hear anything. The blood rushed to her head. The woman grabbed the belt that was lying on the floor and threw herself at the man, trying to whip him as hard as she could. She failed, of course. A small, angry woman jumping with a belt in her hands near a tall man looked silly. Not expecting such a violent reaction, Dustin intercepted Georgia's arm. "What are you so mad about? He's a boy, and boys are supposed to be raised. It wasn't a big deal. I whipped his ass. My father used to whip my ass like that when I was a kid. That's why I grew up to be a man." Georgia cried. She threw the belt away and ran to her son, who was still roaring in the corner. Michael, come on. We're going back to our apartment right now. You will never see that man again." After her failed affair with Dustin, Georgia had stopped looking at men altogether. The young woman had come to believe that strangers could never treat her son as their own, and she didn't want to worry about whether her new husband had hurt Michael. Besides, Georgia hadn't been able to get rid of Dustin for quite some time. After she and Michael had left, he'd initially stalked the woman, begging her to come back, saying he'd made a mistake and would never lay a finger on the child again. But Georgia did not even consider the option of returning. She has a strong aversion to Dustin. It turned out to be not all surprises on the man's part. Once he was convinced that the woman had left him for good, he showed his true vindictive nature. Dustin began filing complaints about Georgia to the head doctor as an incompetent medical professional, and he also stalked her co-workers and told them nasty things about the woman. Georgia was shocked by these behaviors, but Dustin didn't accomplish anything with it. Georgia was too well known at work to believe the ravings of an offended man. All of these events only reinforced Georgia's belief that she shouldn't consider men as potential husbands. She should devote herself to Michael, which she did. Georgia got back on her feet and started working around the clock to provide for her son. The woman's life resembled a daily struggle for survival, but her son pleased her as he grew up a boy smart, kind, fair. He's a lot like Steve, Georgia often thought. Only, is that a good thing? What did my husband's kindness lead to? To leaving us alone for the happiness of another man's family. It was that very family that Georgia saw in all its glory. Early one morning, she was coming back from another part-time job, tired. She had only a few hours to sleep and then back to the hospital, And then a large white car pulled up not far from her. Georgia didn't know much about cars, but even from the look of it, she could tell that it was very expensive. A man got out of the car first, and Georgia didn't pay him any attention until Diana stepped out of the passenger door. Georgia recognized her immediately in a flash. That hateful face seemed to have gotten even more beautiful. Why prettier? It was just better groomed. Now seeing Diana, the only expression that came to mind was gorgeous woman. Meanwhile, the man stepped to the back door of the car and, having opened it, helped the girl to get out. Alice was wearing a beautiful pink coat and white boots. Georgia's heart skipped a beat and she fixed her gaze on the child's face. It was because of this girl that her beloved husband was not in the world right now. Steve had given his life for her. Now she lives and he doesn't, and it could have been the other way around. How many times had Georgia replayed in her mind the events of that fateful day? Had they left then, just a few minutes earlier, and things would have gone differently. Steve would be alive and Michael would be growing up with a full family. And the woman herself wouldn't have had to work around the clock to feed her child. Steve. The woman's eyes filled with tears at the memory of him. How much she had loved him. He was probably the only man she could love in her life. Beautiful and happy as they looked, the family disappeared behind the doors of a store and Georgia watched them go. She hated Diana, but worst of all, and she couldn't help it, she seemed to hate the girl too. Her mind knew that the child was innocent, but her heart fluttered at the sight of this pretty little girl whose life her husband had given his own. Diana shrugged her shoulders shakily. She hadn't noticed Georgia, but she could feel the hateful stare directed at her back. Diana was already angry. Today, John had decided to take the day off, and instead of taking her to a restaurant, instead of devoting it to Michael, for example, he'd taken her and his daughter to a children's clothing store. Although Alice's closets are already overflowing with clothes. What's a baby need? She's growing up, and some things do not even have time to wear once. And John liked to pamper the girl, dressing her up in expensive things, giving her toys without measure. What else can he do? Grinned Diana. He won't have any other children. At least he's made peace with that. As soon as Alice was a little older, her husband began to insist on having a second child. John wanted a son. He just wanted a son. And Diana was horrified at the suggestion. What child? She only had Alice off her hands. Diana exhaled, being able to take time for herself. And here it was again. The mere thought of sleepless nights with a baby in diapers terrified Diana. No, she didn't want that to happen again. She's not a soul after all, to give birth on demand. She wanted to live and live beautifully. Obviously, if Diana told her husband about it, he would only freak out, so she decided to do the trick here. For a long time, the woman pretended that she could not get pregnant, diligently protecting herself secretly from John. Then she got herself a fake checkup. In reality, the woman paid the head doctor of the gynecology clinic for the report she needed, and with a sorrowful expression on her face, handed it to her husband. "What is this?" John asked. "I do not understand anything in these medical terms. Explain in Russian what it says here." "It says here that I can never be a mother again. You see, I won't be able to get pregnant again." "That can't be," the man exclaimed. "What kind of diagnosis do you have?" "Everything can be cured nowadays if you pay well. If necessary, you will be treated abroad." "It's not curable. It's not curable," Diana shouted, trying to cry. The woman pretended to be hysterical. "What do you think? I didn't recognize it. What do you think it's like for me to get a diagnosis like that? I wanted a baby so badly. What's gonna happen now? You're gonna leave me?" Diana pretended to shake with sobs, covering her face with the palms of her hands, her eyes completely dry. Through the slits in her fingers, she watched her confused husband's reaction. "Diana, really? Why would I leave you because you're sick? Don't be silly. But maybe we could try." No, Diane shrieked. "I've been assured there's no cure." John hugged his wife reassuringly, deciding to return to this conversation a little later, when she had calmed down. He had no reason not to believe Diana, though. Well, what kind of woman would attribute infertility to herself in the middle of nowhere? Diana was, in principle, satisfied with the result of her performance. And when, after a while, John tried to return to this conversation again threw a tantrum, And that's how she made her husband forget about the second child. And yet, Diana was sure that her husband would never leave her because he loved his only daughter too much. So let him be content with her. And Diana herself has other worries. Her personal life. Diana's light flirtation with a fitness trainer recently turned into a relationship, and she plunged into it with her head. Starting this relationship, Diana was shaking a lot. It was the first time she cheated on her husband. Well, on the other hand, what does John want, disappearing all day at work? Diane is young and beautiful, and men are paying attention to her. Diane was freaking out. Once again, her meeting with her new, young boyfriend had fallen through. John asked her to take Alice to the electronics store and pick out a new smartphone for her birthday. Her daughter's birthday was 2 weeks ago, though. It's just that Alice wasn't happy with the gift. Here the father, and succumbed to the persuasion of the girl, decided to give her a smartphone. Girls, Diana grinned. The daughter is already quite an adult dating guys. Diana should know that. It was John who thought her daughter was still young, and Diana felt her daughter was her competition. Of course she did, because her last lover was only a little older than her daughter. And yet he has no idea how old she really is. Before leaving the house, Diana cast a fleeting glance in the mirror. She looks great. How could one guess her real age here? What a young beauty she is. Diane hurried on, seeing that her daughter was already waiting for her in the car with John's driver. That asshole could go off on her own. Although where can she go without money? Mom, said Alice when the woman got into the car, maybe I'll drive myself. I know you have no desire to ride with me. Give me the money, I'll grab my friend and we'll pick out a smartphone with her. The girl squinted slyly. No way, sighed Diana. Dad said to go together, so let's go. In the store, Alice went straight to the most expensive gadgets. We should think. Diana, we do not consider the cheap ones. This one poked her daughter's finger at the latest model of iPhone. Mom, buy this one, but make sure it's gold colored. Young man, Diana called the sales consultant, please come over. Calling the guy, Diana thought to just give him instructions to make a purchase, but when he came closer and the woman saw him, decided to do something else. We want to buy this smartphone. Tell us about its features. The guy spoke, and Diana admired how young and handsome he was. No, really very handsome. Wavy black hair arranged in a fashionable hairstyle, and the eyes. You only see eyes like that in the movies. They seem to radiate light. Diana used all her tricks and flirted with the salesman, not noticing that her own daughter also keeps her eyes on this guy. The guy, on the other hand, only noticed the girl. He was inexperienced in the games of adult women and saw the girl's admiring gaze at once. Oh, you explain everything so well. It's rare to find such competent salesmen. I'll probably become your regular customer, cooed Diana when the guy made the purchase. We are always happy to see you in our store, smiled the salesman on duty. Walking from the hip, Diana moved to the exit of the store. A disheveled Alice walked beside her. Near the door, she turned around to see the guy she liked once again. Her cheeks flushed when she saw that the salesman was also looking at her. Michael. Alice whispered the name she read on the guy's name tag. I'll come here again, Michael. Mother and daughter reached the house in silence, but when they got out of the car, away from the driver's ears, Diana seemed to realize, oh, daughter, and we forgot to buy you accessories for your phone. Headphones, a case for your new smartphone. All right, I'll go back to the store tomorrow and get it for you. What color case do you want? Don't, Mom, Alice got angry. You don't have to go anywhere. I'll buy the cover myself. Will you stop fluffing up your old feathers in front of young boys? How are you talking to me? Diana shrieked. What do you mean, old feathers? Where do you see an old lady? Come on, Mom, you're not 18 years old anymore, and you're still looking at young guys. It's only Dad who doesn't notice anything. Of course, in front of him, you behave differently, and I'm already ashamed to bring my friends into the house. As soon as a less handsome guy walks in, you start parading around. You think I don't know where you go when your dad's at work, and how reverently you keep your phone close to you at all times. Stop talking nonsense, Diana shouted. And where do you stick your nose anyway? Are you trying to tell me what to do with the chicken's eggs? I don't want to hear any more talk like that. You won't if you don't go to today's store to wag your tail in front of the salesman. But if you continue to push him around, I'll tell Daddy, or I'll have him catch you in the act. I hate that you're lying to him, but I'm used to keeping quiet. I've been used to it since I was a kid. I don't think you deserve Daddy. I just don't want to disturb his peace of mind. I don't want to worry him." Alice shook a little. The first time in her life, she allowed herself to talk to her mother like that, although she had long been seething with indignation, seeing her mother's constant cheating. The girl did not listen to Diana's angry answer, but turned around and jumped out into the yard. She took out her cell phone and dialed her friend Alfia. She had recently turned 18 and her parents had given her a brand new car for her birthday. "Alfia, hi. Are you busy right now? Could you take me somewhere?" An hour later, the girls were sitting in the car and looking carefully at the huge glass doors of the electronics store where Alice had recently bought her smartphone. It's still half an hour before the store closes. Alfia grumbled unhappily, looking at the time on the dashboard. "What are we going to sit here for so long? Let's go in and look at your handsome boy." "No," Alice was afraid. "I've only been here recently. He'll know I'm on purpose." "Of course he will, but isn't that what you want if you like him so much? How are you going to get to know him? Also, you forgot something. Is it okay that you're dating Oliver? You think he'd be so cool with you telling him you like someone else? Oliver's a complicated guy, and I don't think he'd tolerate that. Why do I have to think about Oliver right now? Who says I'm gonna make it with this guy? Maybe he has a girlfriend." "Well, judging by your burning eyes, you'd move any girl," Alfia smirked. Half an hour later, the store employees began to disperse to their homes. In the crowd, Alice almost missed a tall guy who went out in the company of girls employees of the store. "There he is there," Alice shouted sharply, pointing her finger at the windshield. "Start the car, Alfia. Let's go after him." "Why are we going to chase him?" My friend was surprised. "Okay, as you say, it's not difficult for me. I can't see him now, of course, but by all appearances, the guy is in demand among the female sex. Look at all those girls chasing him." He walked with his colleagues only to the corner, and then saying goodbye, ran to the bus stop. The guy didn't notice the car following him. He was thinking about the girl customer he met in the store today. Her mom, of course, is a little strange, but they have the smell of wealth. The kind of smartphone they'd bought would take him several years to save up for. But for them, it must be nothing. Michael sighed. As much as he didn't like the girl, how could a simple salesman like her? "Mom, are you home?" "I'm home," Michael shouted as he entered the apartment. Georgia, who had just returned from her shift, had already prepared a flavorful curry for her son. "My hand, son," she looked out of the kitchen. "We'll have dinner now." "Mmm, how delicious it smells," squeezed his eyes, sitting down at the table. "When do you have time for everything? How many times have I told you, Mom? You are so tired. Come from work and rest. I am able to cook dinner myself." "I don't mind," Georgia waved her hand. "Come on, tell me, how was your day? What's new?" "I met such a girl today. She bought a phone from me yesterday with her mom, and today she came back to get a case for it. We got to talking. She's cool, you know? I thought a girl like that would never pay attention to me, but she hinted that she'd like to meet me. Tomorrow's my day off, and I'm gonna see her. And she has such an unusual name, Alice. I just don't know where I'm supposed to take her. She seems to be from a very wealthy family, and what can I offer her? A movie and a coffee shop?" Georgia, who at the mention of the girl's name had an unpleasant prickling in her stomach, nevertheless paid no attention to it. "I'll tell you what, son, if a girl really likes you, she'll be glad to go to a cafe with you. But I don't trust them, those rich ones. Why did they need simple laborers like us? And you should pick an easy girl, but that's up to you. Tell me, how are your studies going? When's the next session?" Michael had finished 11 grades well and had a great desire to get a higher education, but Georgia could not afford it. They both realized that. Then the guy made an independent decision. Immediately after school, he got a job as a salesman, and after saving up some money, he enrolled in correspondence school. "I will pay for my studies myself," he told his mother. "I'll work and study by correspondence. It's no big deal. You're already out of your skin to provide for us. Enough already, we will last now. Give up the rate of nurse." Georgia stubbornly refused. The woman felt guilty. All their lives they've been struggling to make ends meet and no savings and loan. If her son was going to go to college, he wouldn't have anything. She couldn't even pay for his education. The next day, Michael and Alice met in the city. The guy was a little embarrassed, leading the girl to the movies. What else could he offer this spoiled beauty? Alice didn't care. With this guy, she was ready to just walk around the city, holding hands. From one look of his expressive eyes, the girl's head was blown off. For the first time in her life, Alice fell in love like that without a second thought. It seemed that she was ready to follow Michael to the edge of Anna. Relationships were wrapped up rapidly. Alice, immediately after school, studying in the 11th grade, through half the city was carried to a familiar store just to see Michael and interchange with him a few words. The first day, she went on a date with Michael. Alice gave her current boyfriend Oliver the runaround. Oliver was a 19-year-old major with a cool car and was totally unprepared for this turn of events. To be turned down? How could she? Usually girls chase after him, and he dumps them after he's played with them. Oliver's wounded ego was at play. Alice's friend Althea was silent as a partisan and did not want to explain to him the reason for such a sharp break in relations. Then Oliver himself decided to track down his ex-girlfriend. It was not difficult at all. Oliver only had to drive up to the school, and there she was, Alice, rushing to the bus stop and driving in the opposite direction from her house. When Oliver realized the reason for the breakup was another guy, he was furious. How could Alice dump him for some salesman? The guy was a sucker, and Oliver's sneakers alone were worth more than all the clothes on that salesman, and probably more than all the things he had. Oliver couldn't let it go. Just as Alice had done, he waited until Michael's workday was over, and when he came out of the store, he walked toward him. "Hey, you. Let's go aside. We need to talk." Michael shrugged his shoulders and followed the major to this car. Oliver came to his car, leaned on it, and ostentatiously playing with the keys, looked threateningly into Michael's eyes. "You know Alice? Well, this is my girlfriend." After these words, Michael immediately realized who was in front of him. Alice was telling him about her ex-boyfriend, with whom she had dated not seriously, out of boredom, and broke up immediately, barely meeting Michael. "Ex-girlfriend, as far as I know," Michael smiled. "You two broke up and now she's dating me. She's the one who thinks we broke up, but it's not up to her. I didn't break up with her. In fact, Alice is mad at me, so she's using you to make me jealous. When she cools off, we'll be fine." "I don't think so," Michael countered. "You don't get it." Oliver began to argue. "If I ever see you around Alice again, I'll tear your legs off. Rip it out. Rip it out right now. What's stopping you? I'm telling you right now, I'm not giving up on Alice." "You're a tough one, I see," Oliver shouted and looked at his opponent appraisingly. Yeah, he'd probably lose to this guy in a direct confrontation. Michael was taller and shoulders taller, and judging by his gait, he's no stranger to sports. Oliver's favorite places to hang out were hookah joints and clubs. "I warned you, make your conclusions," Oliver said through gritted teeth, retreating to the driver's door. "I'm a man of my word. If I see you with Alice again, you'll be sorry, very sorry. But that's if you live." "Wow, what threats," Michael laughed. "I also repeat, I will not give up Alice." These words the guy said after the departing car, in which sat Oliver, seething with anger. Oliver was used to the fact that everything in life was easy for him, thanks to his father's money, and people, as a rule, always passed him up, seeing expensive clothes and a cool car. But those people are smart, Oliver thought. This one must be a fool. Fools are taught. Let him try not to listen to me. And it wasn't that Oliver needed Alice so much. He had plenty of girls like her, but his wounded ego called for action. After a couple days, Oliver was convinced that the salesman hadn't heeded his words and was still seeing Alice. Oliver sat in his car and watched them walk down the street holding hands. Anger boiled up inside. The guy already knew what he was going to do. Taking his gaze away from the couple annoying him, Oliver called one of his acquaintances. "Leshy, hey, I've got a favor to ask you. You've got the contact info for these badass athletes." Yeah, they're the goon squad that do certain favors for money. Set me up with them. I got a good paying assignment for them. What do you care? I just need to teach a sucker a lesson. A good one." Oliver, in his car, was following Michael down a dark street. Michael had just seen Alice off to her house and had gone back on foot because the buses weren't running because of the late hour. He couldn't even call a cab, Oliver sneered, driving slowly. Oliver waited for Michael to enter the dark alley. In addition to the driver, there were 4 big, pumped-up guys of gangster appearance in the car. These guys were providing some services for a fee, and Steve went about them as completely badasses. "We won't follow him for long," one of the jocks muttered. "There's a good spot over there. He's about to make a turn and stop. We'll book him there. But let's talk terms right away. How do we take the guy down? Like cold turkey?" "No, do the whole thing," Oliver shuddered. "Just break his legs, that's all." "Well, maybe he could spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair." "Deal," said the jock, pulling his balaclava over his face. "Keep in mind, if this guy points you out, forget about us. When they take you for one place, you better not even think about us." "I can't be taken for this place," Oliver said pathetically. "Do you know who my father is?" "We've heard," the jock muttered through gritted teeth. "All right." Clients turned, stopped. Michael walked home happy, thinking about Alice. How'd he like this girl? At first, he thought that Alice is a major, but she turned out to be not spoiled by money and easy to communicate. At least in front of Michael, the girl never boasted of wealth and gladly went with Michael to the movies, walked around the city, visited inexpensive caves. And although Michael clearly felt their social inequality, still in the depths of his soul, he had a hope that they could do something. After all, the young people did not want to part in the evenings. Michael was walking with a slight smile on his lips when out of the darkness a big guy with a bat in his hand stepped toward him. His face was not visible, as it turned out later, not only because of the darkness, he was wearing a balaclava. At first, Michael didn't even get excited, thinking that he was mistaken for someone else. But then a man's voice sounded behind him, which seemed vaguely familiar. "Well, we've met, just as I promised." Michael turned sharply to look at the man who was speaking. It was Alice's ex-boyfriend, who had threatened him a few days ago. "Don't say I didn't warn you," Oliver grinned. "I keep my word." Georgia was working the night shift, and it was business as usual, except that Michael wasn't returning her calls. That made the woman a little worried. Her son didn't call back after a while, as he always did. Georgia calmed herself with the thought that Michael must have fallen asleep after a long day at work. He still managed to go out with his new girlfriend after work. Georgia did not approve of the relationship, having learned that the girl was from a wealthy family. The woman thought that such relationships could not lead to anything good, but let them sort it out themselves. Georgia was especially upset in the morning, although the time was still early, but usually Michael had already gotten up for work. Not only had he never called back, but his phone was unavailable. The woman had barely waited until the end of her shift and was about to run home when she was called from her post. "Georgia, can you drop off the case histories at the emergency room on the way?" "Yeah, sure," Georgia nodded, grabbing the papers. "I'll do it. It's no problem." The woman went down in the elevator, and her heart clenched with a bad feeling. Already heading for the exit, she caught herself and rushed to the waiting room. There at that moment, they were carrying a patient from the ambulance on a stretcher. Imagine, a very young guy. They found him when it started to get light. We don't know how long he'd been lying there. He was beaten up, badly beaten. "We need to get him to intensive care," the paramedic from the ambulance told the emergency room nurses. Georgia herself didn't know what force made her, approach the stretcher and look into the face of the beaten boy. Her heart stopped beating. Her eyes were covered with a veil. The woman fainted right in front of the stretcher. "What's wrong with her?" The paramedic was surprised. "That's the nurse from surgery, right?" "Yeah, that's Georgia." She looked at the guy and collapsed right away. Must be someone she knows. What if it's... Oh my God, she told me she had a son that age. God forbid. Georgia came to her senses on the couch where the nurses had moved her. She remembered everything right away. The guy they brought in the ambulance. "He's in the ICU, Georgia. Do you know him?" Georgia jumped up off the couch and rushed out of the emergency room. It must be her son. "I'm not mistaken," the nurse muttered. What a grief. Even though Georgia was a nurse, they wouldn't let her in the emergency room, no matter how hard she tried. We're gonna do everything we can to help your son, and you don't need to see him right now. Believe me, there's nothing you can do to help him now. Here, take his things for now." The doctor put a bag of clothes in one hand and Michael's cell phone in the other. Georgia accepted it and absently pressed the power button. The phone, beeping merrily, blinked with a lighted screen. The screensaver showed his face pressed against the girl's cheek. There she is, his Alice, Georgia thought. Wow, how much did my son talk about her, and he never bothered to show a picture. Then numerous social media messages from this Alice girl simultaneized on the screen. "Michael, where are you? Where are you? Why aren't you answering?" Georgia clicked on one of these messages and found herself on the girl's page. What an interesting status she had. "My favorite is the best in the world." Did she write that about Michael? Swallowing back tears, Georgia thought. Maybe this girl actually loves him. I'll have to tell her what happened, but later, when my son comes to his senses. And Michael must come to his senses. Otherwise, there's no reason for me to go on living. My son is the only thing that makes sense in my life. I've already lost my beloved husband once, but then there was Michael and there was something to live for. The girl Alice apparently saw that Michael was online and sent a bunch of new messages urging him to answer her. Georgia flipped down the screen. Alice's pictures flashed up. There she was at home. Yes, this girl is not a poor girl. Yeah, and here she was, apparently with her parents. Georgia fixed her eyes on the face of Alice's mother. The phone fell out of her hands. The woman slowly slid down the wall, passing out for the second time that day. Diane and her husband were having dinner. It was one of those rare evenings when John came home early and Diane herself had no plans. The couple ate in silence. It had been a long time since they'd had a common topic of conversation. Diana didn't want to know how her husband was doing at work, and he wasn't interested in how his wife spent her time. Their only common topic was their daughter. After a long silence, John asked Michael a question. "Where are we with Alice? I don't see her that much lately. Where is she?" "How should I know?" The wife shrugged her shoulders. "She doesn't report to me. Probably out with her boyfriend." "What boyfriend, Oliver?" "You're out of touch with life," Diana snorted. "Our daughter broke up with Oliver. She's got another friend of her heart now. She hasn't brought him home, and something's gone wrong there, judging by how nervous Alice has been the last few days." "How is it, Diane? You stay at home and you don't talk to your daughter at all. No matter where you ask, you never know where she is. I realize she's a big girl, but not so big that you can't control her." "Does she let herself be controlled?" Diana exclaimed indignantly. "Tomka is like a prickly hedgehog, snapping at you when you ask her anything. She only snaps at you. And that's what I don't understand, because you're her mother. You're supposed to be close, but you're the opposite." John did not have time to finish, as a disheveled Alice burst into the dining room and began to shout at her mother. "Mom, what happened on the river 15 years ago? Tell me now." "Alice, are you out of your mind?" John frowned. "Why do you let yourself yell at your mother? And what's the matter with you anyway? What's that look? Did you get into a fight with someone?" John noticed a bright red scratch on his daughter's cheek. "I wasn't in a fight, Dad. A complete stranger tried to beat me up." Alice plopped down on a chair and grabbed a glass of water from the table and began to drink greedily. Frowning, John looked at his daughter and waited for her to get drunk and explain to him what was going on. "I'll tell you everything first, Dad," said the girl, seeing her father's tense look. "I'm seeing the guy right now. His name is Michael. He's nice, very nice. He's a part-time graduate student, and he's working so he can help his mother. She raised him alone." Michael always spoke only warmly of his mother. "I love Michael, Dad, I really do. It's not just a childhood crush anymore. 3 days ago, he disappeared, stopped contacting me. I couldn't breathe at the thought that he might have left me. I really couldn't breathe without him. Every day I went to the store where he works, but the employees didn't know anything. Michael just disappeared, never showed up for work. And just today, one of the clerks found out what really happened to Michael. He was beaten up on the street and he's still in intensive care. I found out what hospital he was in and I ran straight there. And his mom was there. Dad, you have no idea what happened. She attacked me in the hospital hallway. At first, I thought the woman was crazy. She wanted to scratch my eyes out. I couldn't understand how a person who didn't know me could lash out at me with such hatred. But she didn't do it silently. She screamed, screaming that I was the curse of her life, that 15 years ago she lost her beloved husband, his father, because of me. And now Michael had been beaten up, again because of me. When the nurses pulled this woman away from me, I started screaming too. I yelled at her, "You're crazy. I've never met you before. Why do you think Michael was beaten because of me? And what does your husband have to do with it? Ask your mother. Let her tell you how 15 years ago my husband gave his life for someone else's child on the river. For you. Your mother was too drunk and partying to watch her own daughter. Michael's mom told me to get out of the hospital and never dare go near her son again. And I love Michael, and I'm not going to listen to her. I don't know how badly he was beaten, but if he dies, I die with him. Now I ask you, Mom, so what happened on that river 15 years ago, and why does that woman hate me so much?" Diana sat there, neither dead nor alive. She straightened in her chair like a taut string, and the woman's eyes darted from her husband to her daughter. Diana realized what she had feared for so long had happened, and then she relaxed. Time had passed, all was forgotten. That's what Diana thought. And it turned out that's how the truth came out. The woman rolled with a nervous laugh. "I don't know what you're talking about, Alice. This is really crazy." "I don't think so," said a pale John. "For some reason, I remembered the story on the river very well. A man drowned there, saving someone else's child. Why do I remember it? Because at the time I thought a lot about that man's selflessness. I even gave his widow money as financial aid through other people. But what makes her think it's you, Alice? She's deluded. Maybe you look like that girl. Maybe someone put it in her head. Okay." John got up from the table abruptly. "Now you and I are gonna go with her, and we're gonna get to the bottom of this." Yes, let's go, Daddy," Alice nodded often. "Tell that crazy woman that she is wrong. And I want to see Michael. I want to know what's wrong with him." "You don't have to go anywhere," Diana shrieked. "You've already realized that this woman is not in her right mind. Apparently, she's a disturbed woman." Diana faltered at the suspiciously angry look her husband gave her, and realized that the seed of doubt had already been planted in him. Georgia was sitting on the couch in the nurse's lounge, drinking valerian. "Georgia, what are you doing?" A nurse she knew said with horror. "Why are you so hard on that girl? I thought you were going to tear her hair out. Is this really the girl who drowned your Steve?" "Well, even if it was, it wasn't the girl's fault." "Guilty as charged," exhaled Georgia, who had become a little sluggish under the sedatives. "My son was beaten up because of that girl. I lost my husband because of her. I hate her and her mother. I hate them so much. Why did they come into our lives and become a curse on our family?" An orderly came barreling into the nurse's room and looked at Georgia warily and said, "Georgia, there's this. A man's here with the girl you've been roughing up. Apparently it's her father, and he insists on talking to you. They weren't allowed into the station, of course. They're waiting for you downstairs in the visiting room. Let me tell him you're sick and can't come out. This guy's very solid. Probably wants to confront you for beating up his daughter." "What? You think I'm afraid of them?" Georgia jumped up. "After what's happened to me in this life, I'm not afraid of anything or anyone. The worst has already happened. But Michael is still alive," said the nurse timidly. "Yes, my son is alive. And to keep him alive, I must keep him away from this family." Georgia jumped up from the couch and ran past the nurse and the frightened nurse. "Don't let anything happen again," the nurse muttered. "What if there's a fight? Georgia's probably not in her right mind. I've been working with Georgia for years, and I'll never forget what happened to her when her husband drowned. Then she was all about Michael, living for her son, and here she is again. And it's all because of this family. It's like a fate, really." Jonah and Alice. Georgia came down, seemingly calm. They had no way of knowing it was the sedatives they'd given her in the nurse's station. The drugs had given Georgia a certain lethargy, but her gaze still flashed with rage when she saw Alice sitting on a bench next to a stout man. John intercepted that look and jumped up from his seat, blocking his daughter. "Your name is Georgia, and you beat my daughter. I'm not going to return the favor. I think you were acting in a state of shock. I take it this is all about a story from 15 years ago on the river. Only tell me, what makes you think Alice is the girl who drowned? You're deluded. Am I mistaken? Laughed Georgia bitterly. Do you really think that I saw a resemblance to that child in Alice and threw myself at her because of that? I didn't. I just recognized who her mother was. You're dying I'll remember for the rest of my life. What are you doing here, messing with me? You can't be ignorant of that story. I heard of that story and I admire your husband, but I never imagined it would happen to my girl. If you're right, my wife hid everything from me. Tell me exactly what happened. What happened? Your dying got drunk with a friend and 2 guys and didn't watch your daughter. The girl fell off a cliff. Steve and I were on our way home when panic set in. My husband jumped in after your baby. He knew about the vortex, and he warned me repeatedly not to go near it. Steve knowingly sacrificed himself for a chance to save someone else's daughter. Then I came to your house to ask for money for the funeral, alone, but your wife treated me like a beggar, reprimanded me and said that no one asked my husband to jump, it was his own fault. She couldn't have said that. John shrieked. Diana is far from perfect, but she's not that cynical. I see you don't know who you're living with, and you don't know what goes on in your own home. How can you not know that your child almost drowned? You're a bad family. You're a rotten family. Steve and I had a real one. We loved each other, and after he died, life became a struggle to survive. Your daughter's living the good life. She's a beautiful, spoiled brat. But my son is in intensive care because of her. I don't know if he's gonna make it. What do you mean you don't know? Michael could die. Alice cried from behind her father's back. And why me? Why are you blaming me for everything? Because your ex-boyfriend beat up Michael with the help of some thugs. His name is Oliver. Michael regained consciousness and told the coroner everything. Oliver? Oliver did it? Are you sure? John was surprised. I know his father well. A lot of people know his father, believe me. And the investigator's eyes glazed over when he heard that name. It's already clear that Oliver won't be held accountable for anything. He will, John said imperiously, looking intently into George's eyes. If he's guilty, he will, I give you my word. His father is a powerful man, of course, but I'm not the last man in this town. I'll do my best, but Oliver will be held accountable, and someone else will, and we'll see you again. John said the last words as he walked toward the door, dragging his daughter by the hand. Alice was crying. Why did you say that Michael might not survive? She looked back at Georgia. That was all the girl cared about at that moment. Diana sat in the living room, all tense and ready for the upcoming conversation. It seemed to her that she was ready. Well, after all, it had been so many years. She was young and foolish. John must discount that. As her husband whirled into the house and opened his mouth, ready to unleash the full force of his anger on his wife's head, she prevented him from doing so by speaking first. I get it, you found out. You are aware that it was Alice, that she was the one who drowned in the river. So, yes, I made a mistake going to the river, but that was a long time ago. I would have told you back then. But do you remember how you acted? How do you blame that negligent mother you said you had, not knowing it was me? And I was right. John roared. I still think so. Neglectful, you put it mildly. I think much worse of you. You've never been a normal mother, and I've put up with you all my life for my daughter's sake. And now it turns out our daughter might not be alive if it weren't for a stranger, and all because of you. What are you talking about? Diane is boiling. He tolerates me, and I don't? Or do you think life with you is easy? You're never home. How many times have we been away together? I can count on my fingers. You think that's life? Well, as far as I'm concerned, you're living life to the fullest. Or do you really think I don't know about your young lovers? I just didn't care. I don't care about you, Diane. About you or how you spend your time. As long as you don't bother me. I didn't divorce you so I wouldn't traumatize my daughter. Then there's that damn disease, your infertility. I'd be a bastard to divorce you, leaving a sick wife. So I put up with it. I haven't felt anything for you for a long time, and I don't care if you're going out. But now that I know you almost killed a child, lying to me and shitting on the soul of Steve's widow who turned to you. You're such an asshole, Diane. I don't want to see you another day. You realize this is the end of our married life together." Diane was furious, realizing that nothing could be done now, and John would divorce her anyway. She wanted to hurt him too. "So be it. Go ahead and divorce him. I'll tell you what, you're not only a horny deer, you're a dumbass. You say you live with me because I'm infertile? I'm not infertile. I didn't want to have a baby. I didn't want to nurse those little snotty babies. And I didn't care that you wanted a son, so you had to settle for just a daughter." John squinted angrily at his wife and unexpectedly for her, laughed. "Do you think you've trampled me now? Don't get your hopes up. Yes, I felt sorry for you and believed you, so I did not leave you. But I wasn't gonna give up my kids because of you. I've got a second family with 2 kids growing up. The oldest is 10 years old, and now I won't even wait for an official divorce from you. I'll bring them here as soon as you leave the house, and you'll be out of the house fast, and I'll talk to Alice. I don't think she'll want to go with you. You're such a bad mother. Your daughter will never support you." Diane was trying to play nice and get a divorce. "I've been wanting to do that for a long time. I won't be alone either, and in the divorce, I'll take half of everything you own." "It's not gonna work, Diane. You're gonna walk away with your ass naked. You think because you've been cheating on me for so long, I haven't taken care of it. You signed the papers without realizing it, and you get nothing in the divorce." "That can't be," Diana shrieked. "You bastard. I didn't sign anything. And if you did, I'll hire a lawyer to prove that you did it all by deception." "What are you gonna hire a lawyer for, Diane? It takes good money to hire a good lawyer. Now who has more money, you or me? You know, when I slicked you those papers to sign, I wasn't really planning on using them, just in case. And now I realize you're being punished. It's a little punishment for being such a scumbag." Oliver was rocking out in the club to the rhythmic sounds of loud music when 2 men in civilian clothes approached him, quickly waving a crust in front of the guy's face. One of them threw, "You're under arrest." Oliver was a little stoned, and he found himself laughing eerily. "I'm in custody. Do you even know who you're talking to? Do you know who my father is?" We know, muttered one of the cops, roughly pushing Mitri into the duty car. "We know everything, all questions to the superiors." It was necessary to see the confusion on Oliver's face when he realized that what was happening was not a joke, not a prank of friends, and he was really being taken to the station, knowing who his father was. The next morning, a confused secretary came into John's office. "John, there's a man here to see you. I told him you were busy." "Get out of the way," rudely pushed the girl away, a full balding man in an expensive suit, bursting into the office. "Hello, John. I'll get right to the point. My son was arrested yesterday. Can you believe it? Oliver was arrested right in the club." "I know," John replied, making no attempt to stand up, and offered his hand to his old acquaintance. "You know, don't you?" The man frowned. "And I thought it wasn't true when I was told that this arrest had its roots in you." "It's true, Archie. Your son brutalized a guy, and he's gonna be held accountable for it." "Who said that?" The big man got all worked up. "Who's the boy?" "It was just a fight over a girl. Your daughter, by the way. But that guy's nobody and his name's nobody." "I don't get it, John. Do you have a personal grudge against me?" "No, it's nothing personal. It's just that the guy's not a stranger to me. Consider it that." "Who is he to you?" Archie's confused. "Is he so close to you that you're going to fight with me over him?" "Very close. I'm ready to fight if I have to." John got up from the table. "You know, it's just that whoever has the most money is right. In this case, you lose. I'm not doing anything illegal, and your son will be held fully accountable for what he did. And he's going down. You want to fight me, Archie? Believe me, I'll go all the way." Sweat beaded on the big man's bald head. He'd known John for years and knew that when he said he'd go all the way, he'd go all the way. Archie knew the man's stubbornness firsthand, and Archie knew John's capabilities too. "John, come on, really. We've known each other for years too. What's he gonna do? Go to jail? It's not that big a deal. Maybe he'll get off on probation." "He won't," John said meaningfully. "It'll be what the court says it will be. By the law this time. Oliver's not your only son, is he? What would it be like for the other 2 if Dad went bankrupt?" "Even so," Archie squinted at him. "Even so," John cut him off. At the same time, in the hospital, under the door of the intensive care unit, Georgia was sobbing. The doctor had recently told her the terrible news. Michael's kidneys were failing. He needs a transplant. Of course, he will be put on a waiting list for a donor organ, but Georgia has worked in medicine for too long and knew perfectly well what the chance of waiting for that waiting list is. Mine, take mine, Georgia shouted without hesitation. The doctor nodded, as if knowing her mother's reaction in advance. Yes, it is possible in principle. Let's go through the necessary examination, and we will make sure that your organ is suitable for transplantation. And so, a few minutes ago, the doctor said that her kidney is not suitable. As she wept, Georgia tried to pull herself together, stop crying, and find a solution. Something had to be done. Michael could go on for hours. She of all people should know that. The woman straightened up, wiped her tear-stained eyes, and only then saw Alice peeking out from around the corner leading to the emergency room. Brave fool, thought the woman. Have you come again? Did I not clearly tell you not to show your face here anymore? Kill me. Alice took a step out of the corner. Kill me. Pull out all my hair. I'll still come here. I've been standing here a long time and I heard you talking to the doctor. Michael needs a kidney transplant and yours isn't a match. Take mine. I'm ready. Georgia looked carefully at the excited, covered with red spots girl. Dummy, do you realize what you're proposing? It's not an easy surgery. Anything can happen when you take a donor organ. You could die. But even if everything goes well, you'll only have one kidney, and that's not a full life. Do you realize that? I'm not as stupid as you think I am. I understand the risks. Even if I die, I'm okay with it. No, that's not the right word. I don't agree. I insist. I would rip a kidney out of myself just to keep Michael alive. When I think he might be gone, I don't want to live. Georgia looked at Alice thoughtfully, as if seeing her for the first time. You stupid girl, you don't understand anything yet. You're a minor and you don't have the right to decide such things. Maybe, I admit, you really love my son, but I can't do anything about my dislike for you. Alice flew out of the hospital like scalded and threw herself on the roadway, blocking the way of a yellow car with a checkered flag. The cab driver braked sharply, almost touching the girl standing on the road with his bumper. He jumped out and attacked her, almost with fists. What are you doing, you crazy girl? You're sick of living. Go throw yourself off the bridge. What do I have to do with it? Alice didn't listen to him. She ran to the passenger door, opened it, and got into the car. I need you to take me downtown now. I'm not getting out of the car. Take me. I have to go to my father's office. The cab driver was already eyeing the unstable passenger with apprehension. Either she was crazy or this girl had something happen, and it was serious. The man silently got behind the wheel and turned the car around. John's secretary had only recently come to her senses after a visit from a man who had roughly pushed her, and then Alice burst in and raced to the door of her father's office. Your daddy doesn't have time. He has a meeting, the secretary shouted at her back. Alice flew into the office and, not paying attention to several respectable men sitting at a long table, shouted, Daddy, you have to authorize me to donate a kidney to Michael. Well, John said angrily, I didn't raise you well, daughter. Don't you notice anything around you? You don't see people sitting around and you barge in. Go out to the waiting room and wait there. No, Dad, this case can't wait. Michael could die. Okay, got it, Dad sighed heavily. He turned to his staff. Would you mind leaving us? The meeting is adjourned. Sorry, family matters. The men rose at the same time and, looking disapprovingly at the chief's ill-mannered daughter, left the office. I'm listening to you carefully, Alice. What happened there? I was at the hospital. Michael's kidneys are failing. He needs an emergency transplant. His mom's kidney isn't a match. He has to wait in line, and he might not get it, you know? I'm young, I'm healthy, I can easily live with one kidney. But I'm a minor, you have to sign the authorization. That's out of the question. John cut him off. Alice screamed. She screamed and screamed, not noticing that her father was sitting with his hand on his head, not paying any attention to his daughter, thinking carefully about something. Shut up, Alice, he finally said, raising his head at Alice. I already told you, you won't be Michael's donor, I will be. If my kidney is a match, of course, but somehow I think it will. It has to be. Michael's father gave his life for you, and I'm only giving a kidney for his son's life. Diane stalked her daughter outside the school. It's not the first time a woman's done that. And it wasn't because she missed Alice. She needed the money. Of course, Diana left her husband's house not completely empty-handed, and she had money and jewelry in sufficient quantity. But she had moved in with a young and voracious lover. Voracious not in terms of food, but in terms of needs. Having got in touch with Diana, the guy was used to living large and was not going to moderate his appetites. Moreover, now Diana lives on his territory, although he did not ask her to do so. Diana's money ran out lightning fast, and the young friend began to hint that he was not going to provide for a grown-up aunt. And they had no obligations, they met only for pleasure. Diana felt humiliated, but she had nowhere to go, so she turned to her daughter for the first time. Alice, quite predictably, decided to stay with her father. Alice had money. Her father was never stingy when it came to his favorite daughter, and she had given it to her mother several times. But the money was running out fast. Alice, hello. Diana waved her hand from the ajar window of the car John had generously allowed her to take. I missed you. Come on, get in the car. Alice sighed sadly and separated from the flock of girlfriends with whom she came down from the school porch. The girl walked towards her mother's car. I don't have any money, was the first phrase of the girl when she sat down next to Diana. What? No money right away? Her mother pouted. Can't I just visit my daughter? I said I missed her. Don't lie to me, Mom. You never missed me. In fact, you didn't need me. I realize that now. You came for money, and I don't have any. Why not? Diane raised her eyebrows. What? Did your daddy turn his attention to his new kids? And you don't get anything from him? That's not the point, Mom. Whether I get money from my father or not is none of your business. I don't have any more money for you. I know you didn't leave home empty-handed, and I know who you've blown it on. Don't come to see me again. Look, what arrogance. Diana curled her lips. And this is my daughter talking to me. Your father, too, such a hero, gave his kidney to some guy. The whole town's talking about it. It's all over the social media. Obviously, it's a PR stunt. After that, he's probably making a lot of money. But that he kicked his wife out of the house and brought in a second family, the story doesn't tell. How do you like living with your new family? How do you like your brothers? They're normal brothers, Alice said, and their mom is normal, even though she looks like a model, but she's homely, running around, looking at daddy's mouth. Maybe he originally needed such a one. Maybe your marriage was a mistake, and maybe I shouldn't have been born. Then Michael would have a father, and I'm nothing but trouble. If Diana had been an attentive mother, she would have noticed that her daughter was depressed, but she didn't care about Alice. She was frantically thinking about how to go on living, and on what? Without money, her lover would obviously kick her out. He had made that clear. Alice didn't care about her mother's worries either. With a loud slam of the car door, she jumped out and ran to catch up with her friends. She didn't want to go home. It was true that her father had a new family, and not that Alice had anything against them. She understood everything, because she was a grown-up girl, but it just became unusual in the house. Alice felt superfluous, and maybe not even in the house, maybe in this life. And everything seemed to be fine. Not so long ago, Alice was so happy when the kidney transplant operation on Michael was successful, and it became clear that the guy will live. John, who had donated his organ, was also feeling fine. He had already been discharged from the hospital. And with Michael, everything was more complicated. He was still lying, but, as the doctor said, was on the mend. And Alice found out through her father. Georgia did not let Alice near her son and forbade the girl to go near the hospital. I am grateful to your father, but together with Michael you cannot be, said Georgia. You bring only unhappiness. And Alice believed in these words. The girl actually began to feel that way. She sank into a severe depression. She didn't want to do anything at all, neither to go home, nor to go out with her friends. Why nothing, though? She wanted to be with Michael, but that was impossible. John was working in his office. Doctors, after discharge, strongly advised bed rest, but the man felt normal for a long time. He tried not to go to the office yet. He did things from home. The man did what he promised Diane he would do. Right after he kicked her out of the house, he brought his second family here, having talked to Alice beforehand. The boys were happy, and Kendall, their mom, was blowing John away. She never entered his office without knocking, afraid to disturb him while he was working. So now, there was a scraping at the massive door, and Kendall's head appeared. "John, Alice's friend is here to see you. She wants to talk to you. Would you like to come out to the living room, or should I bring her in here?" "Send her in here. There's probably boys walking around on their heads in the living room." "That's just the way it is," Kendall smiled. A couple minutes later, Alice's close friend, Alfia, entered Jonah's office. "Hello," she said with embarrassment. "Alice doesn't know about my visit to you, and you don't tell her or she'll be offended. I'm worried about her." "What's wrong, Alfia?" "I can see Alice is sad, but it's because of Michael. His mom won't let them see each other anymore. Alice will get sad and forget him." "Sad? Forgetful?" exclaimed Alfia. "I wouldn't call it that. Do you know that your daughter climbs to the roof of an unfinished high-rise and stares down for hours? What do you think she's thinking at that moment? I'm really scared for Alice. She's got it in her head that she's bringing misfortune to others, and she doesn't want to live without Michael. At first, I thought it was just a crush and she'd forget him, but you know, it's not. Alice loves this guy, really loves him. We have to do something. I'm afraid for Alice." After the girl said that, John was worried. He didn't realize his daughter's feelings for Michael were so serious. Georgia took her son's things out of the hospital bedside table and put them neatly into bags. "Finally, we're coming home with you, son. I made you some pies with cabbage, just the way you like them," the woman chattered on. Michael was gloomy, and his mother knew why. Alice. From the very beginning, as soon as the boy came to his senses, Georgia had told him she wouldn't let him date Alice and told him why. "You want me dead? Go ahead. He've seen this girl. Step over your mother." These were the words with which the woman ended her speech. She was not affected even by the fact that John donated his kidney to Michael and the fact that the man opened a large money account in the name of her son. The money, by the way, the woman refused for a long time and was about to give it back to John. That's when their first serious conversation happened. "This is a small part of what I have to do for you. Steve gave his life, and I just gave a kidney. Of course, money won't bring your husband and father back to you, but Georgia, think about it. Wouldn't Steve have made that money if he were alive? And whose fault is he not? That's just it. I want Michael to get a college degree full-time and not work like he does now. And you, stop scrubbing floors in your hospital. It's time for a vacation. Michael will graduate, and if he has the brains, start his own business. He'll have some startup capital. Let me do at least that for you." Georgia thought long and hard. Then she got it out. "Okay, we'll take the money. Let Michael have a chance at a normal future, not like mine. But you know I'm not gonna let him see Alice anyway." "That's your right," John shrugged, taking youthful relationships lightly. Georgia and her son walked out of the hospital gates, and Michael breathed in the fresh air he had missed in the hospital room. At that time, a huge SUV pulled up beside them. John jumped out of the car and grabbed the bags from Georgia's hands. "Get in the car and I'll give you a ride," he said. "We'll take the bus," Georgia stubbornly argued. The man, not listening to the objections, literally pushed them into his car. A little way from the hospital, he turned into the first parking lot he could find. He turned off the engine and half turned around to look at Michael in the back seat. "So, Michael, how do you feel about my daughter?" "I love her," he answered without a second thought. "I see," John stretched out. "Then why did you put up with your mom's band?" Michael hesitated, then, lowering his eyes, mumbled, "I didn't." "What?" Georgia shrieked from the front seat. She, too, turned to look at her son. "What do you mean you haven't gotten over it?" "Michael, what are you talking about?" "Mom, look, all I can think about all the time is Alice. I understand, and I don't want to upset you, but I can't stop thinking about her. I was going to see Alice, to talk to her. If she's okay with our breakup, then well." "She hasn't," John shouted. "She's very much not okay with it. So much so that she's thinking of jumping off the roof. And I got that from a friend of hers." "Georgia, you're a reasonable adult. What are you doing? Let the young people decide their own fate. They're not to blame for our sins. The more we interfere with them now, the more they'll be drawn to each other." They'll run away if it's not their destiny, but we shouldn't decide that for them. If my daughter jumps off the roof, what then? Your Steve will have died for nothing, giving his life for her. Georgia, wake up. Georgia was almost crying. Why are you making a monster out of me? I reconsidered my attitude toward Alice when she wanted to give her kidney, but I'm afraid I have a crazy fear. Michael put his hand on his mother's shoulder and smiled. Don't be afraid, Ma. Everything is definitely going to be okay now. All the skeletons are out of the closets and only happiness lies ahead. A week later, two young people came to the cemetery, a guy and a girl. The girl had a huge bouquet of scarlet roses in her hands. Here he is, my dad, said the guy, stopping near one of the graves. A young man with an open, friendly face looked at the girl from the monument. Thank you, whispered Alice, placing the flowers on the grave. Thank you for my life and for Michael.